Hello, and welcome to the end of Ace Attorney. I hope you're all doing well today. Which one? This one? Yes. Okay, let's see. I feel like we examined everything, so... Let me double check. Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. I bet he pores over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I can't believe it, she's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. I bet in the morning he has sofa hair and little creases in his cheek from the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool. Cool. That's the king of the prosecutor's shield, huh? Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud of the king to be king of the prosecutors. Congratulations, king of prosecutors! Please stop saying that. Doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of the shield broken off? Hey, knifing. You're just in time. No, let me double check. Because I'm gonna... today's the day I've decided I'm going to try Pilk on stream. Oops, sorry. I'll go ahead and do it now. That you're here. Alright. Anyway, how are you though? Edgeworth loses his mind with Emma knocking over the statue and picking it up and going, "Can you drop this, king?" That's good. Yeah, this kind of just looks like a root beer float after the ice cream melts. All right. Here's Pilk. Here's my reaction to Pilk. Nice. Pilk tastes fine. It tastes like soda with less sweet vanilla ice cream. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't think I would drink this like in my free time, but like anyone who says Pilk is disgusting, it's like, it's fine. I mean, obviously if I was gonna have something like this again in the future, I would just get like low carb ice cream. I also am having 0 sugar Pepsi. I don't know if that affects the taste at all, but I mean, if anything, I think more sugar would probably make it better, unless you just don't like sugar. Next is powdered milk. Yeah, I might do that. We'll see. I don't know if I want to buy a whole thing of powdered milk, because I got like a pint of milk for this, and I just poured like about a quarter of it in with a little bit of Pepsi. In case I didn't like it, I didn't want to waste it. I know it's instant spoiled milk, but I would be willing to do like a shot of it, basically. Though I might save that for like a subathon goal. Seems like I'm sipping on it and it seems like the milk rises, because the further down I get, the less like creamy it is. It had like a foam on the top too, and when the foam was there, like creamy foam was there, my straw would like stand up straight if I just left it alone. Interesting. I haven't had a root beer float or anything like that in a really long time though, so I'm sure that that's also true of those when the ice melts and stuff. Anyway. Damn. Imagine if I had made that like a subathon goal and we'd reached it. That would be like the easiest subathon goal. Make a pilk in my office. Yes, Edgeworth, I did. You want some? Oh, I should probably present this and see if he knows. Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright! What, are you sure showing... Should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he'll take it for sure, won't he? Wish I could be on the same side as it. Is that like a nod to the fact that Phoenix kept getting his stuff stolen because of past events? I wish I could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth, but then my sister would be found guilty. If it goes any deeper, I'm gonna start getting depressed. I would be the type to be like, oh yeah, I make these all the time when Phoenix goes over his case. Absolutely. Maya opens up her mini fridge and it's like half milk, half Pepsi. I guess the one thing I can say is that like milk doesn't have as... If you want like something akin to like you could probably get chocolate milk and like root beer or something, diet root beer, and it would probably not be as bad for you as like chocolate ice cream and regular root beer. If you were trying to go for like a low diet, like a lower sugar version of this, like a root beer float. But I feel like you would... There's definitely like a perfect amount of like milk versus soda that I feel like would be worth figuring out. Oh, I guess that's fair. Fridge would have Crystal Pepsi. Yeah, I believe it. The only soda Maya drinks is Crystal Pepsi and one of those weird Mountain Dew flavors that nobody's ever seen. I guess we'll leave. Cotton candy Faygo, there you go, yeah. I'm not really sure where to go from here. We're definitely missing something, but I don't know what. I can't switch over to the right side of the screen anymore. Next Major Creator would have all the super sweet wacky energy drink flavors, probably, Alright, she just doesn't want to see it. Nope. Nobody mentions it, he blames it on Maya. Someone mentions he blames it on Maya. And everyone would just believe that it was totally Maya's fault. Yeah, you're right. Phoenix would drink a lot of energy drinks staying up late. Let me double check there's nothing new. I'm totally lost now then. I wonder if this is like, if this is the hardest case in the game since it's like the bonus one. Or if it's just really long. Well, actually I should present this because I didn't and I just want to see. Double check. So basically this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive the broken shield. Police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works, yeah? I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. Didn't seem too concerned about his award, for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. We've been assaulted there before, yes. We've been assaulted basically everywhere. At this point. We haven't been assaulted here yet. but it'll happen. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday. There we go. I almost fucked up and forgot to present that, and then thought I was stuck. I wish this game had that thing that a lot of... I know it's an older one, but I kind of wish it had that thing that a lot of visual novels have, where you can like turn on a skip feature that auto skips things you read before. Just so that way it would make it, when you accidentally missed something and you felt like you needed to retrace all your steps, it would make it a lot quicker to do so. Though it does do nice things like with the with the conversation thing. It check marks ones you had. Also, yeah, I wouldn't be that surprised if the later games do, but I don't know. From what I've seen, that was actually one of the... Seems like it was kind of an issue with like DS visual novels, is that it was pretty common for them not to have like those kinds of quality of life features that you get out of a lot of PC visual novels, especially modern ones. Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping our hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. Ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Ah, cool. Parking site record of parking at the prosecutor's office lot. Entered lot at 5:12 p.m. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. Murder took place around 5:15, so he would have been showing up 3 minutes prior. So the murder happened right after you got back? What, right? I'd appreciate it if you'd direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Who the fuck?
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises?
I'm Edgeworth, what is it?
I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir.
Report? What? Did you find any new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation is going.
Sky, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir.
I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated.
Sir, but sir, I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you.
Give me your name.
Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins.
He's got a morb. Morbworth. Right, Officer Meekins, take the report and leave, and good luck with that raise next month.
But sir, I didn't know.
Oh, he's got a little good luck charm thingy that he carries around. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Right. Yes, sir. Caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. Seems to finally have calmed down at least. Well, now I know where to go now. Oh, we're outside this time instead of just going right in. Oh, we're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me, it took almost like 30 minutes by taxi and traffic wasn't even that bad. Police department, huh? Only ever been to criminal affairs next door. Oh, okay, we haven't been in the department, I guess. Hold on, what's that? It's that little thing from last time, except now I guess it's an official mascot, and also it's fucking broken and sucks and kind of creepy. Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? Oh, wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Get the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? What appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger. Oh, he noticed me. She was running over here fast.
Hey, pal. What are you doing here?
It's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least it doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. Okay. And that's why you were dancing. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case.
Why not?
Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him.
But what if she's not telling the truth?
Yes, well, no. Come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her.
But what if the evidence was faked?
Hey, pal. Can I speak to you for a sec? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa, the chief prosecutor's little sister?
Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked.
Huh?
Just a sensitive issue with this these days. We have successfully defended over half of our cases like that already. Yeah. Basically every case we've had was like, seemed like an open and shut case where the defendant was guilty. So I think we'll be fine. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing really. They kicked me out of criminal... Oh, they kicked him out of criminal affairs. What the fuck? Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean this time? And what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. Never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being let into criminal affairs now. Oh, he's not like kicked out. They're just only letting like the top guys in on it. I see. I thought he got like straight up like demoted. I'm gonna say. He deserved that. Lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. Not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? I know this is an important case, or I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, thought I'd spend the day getting the Badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? Chief of Police himself is directing this investigation, pal, and Officer Marshall is assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall? Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. Patrolman of a crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. Or a patrolman in charge of a crime scene. Do you know this guy? Detective Gumshoe. What can you tell me about this? Huh. Hey, pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it into the police. People like you that give me so much trouble all the time. And Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let me see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. Whoa, now I remember. Bruce Goodman. He's the victim. What I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? So many voices. So this ID card belonged to the victim. He was a detective like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal? Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. Hey, that's it. That's the King of the Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? There's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. Oh. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car. Stabbed, with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence.
Or Mr. Edgeworth, what could have happened?
We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. He's in a tough spot again. Again? Right. Probably getting a lot of weird looks since the trial. Well, it all started with the murder of the defense attorney, Hammond.
But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent.
Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses, nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting.
But there's no evidence against him.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious.
I had no idea he was under the gun.
Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself.
What?
But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us.
Fair. Let me see if he says... Because it showed the party stuff and the knife when I presented the knife, so I want to see if it... Yeah, it's the same, okay. Nope. Alright, let's examine a little bit. I was wondering about that.
What? The Dancing Blue Badger, it's my masterpiece.
You made this, Detective Gumshoe?
She threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal.
Nice work.
It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die.
Blue Badger faded to dance until it drops. Why is that? Oh my god, I can't believe that's in the court record. That's going to be important.
That's all I know about that. Not officially on the case, you know.
Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is. What was his name? The guy in the parking lot?
That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the chief of police.
Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something?
No. Jake Marshall's just a regular officer from West LA.
For a moment there, I wasn't sure.
Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe.
Okay. Interesting. Surprised if this gets us anywhere. I hope we cross-examine it. That would be amazing, yeah.
Just act like you're supposed to be there and nobody look at you twice, pal.
That's pretty true, honestly. I think you can get away with a lot of stuff in a lot of places if you just act like you know what you're doing. Looks like the investigation is still going. Getting back to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams. Oh, is this that chick's boyfriend? Oh, still here. Hello. What, the surprised looks didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs too. What happened to the security guard? How many boyfriends does this lady have? God damn. Brag about it.
Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd.
Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene.
Something I want to ask you. Scene of a crime. Cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. Me, I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment.
He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? I forgot I needed to show him the thingy. Do you mind reading this for me?
What's this? I warn you. Fan letters to me go right in the spittoon.
The letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. Maybe investigate?
Gumshoe? That old cow dog? He holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation.
I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here?
No worries, this proves it's from Detective Gumshoe better than a blood test. Guess I'd better let you in then.
Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Reminds me. Hey, wait a second. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective for hire?
Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. We like the settlers. Strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self, police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I won't be needing this anymore. Objection. Hey, Don, how you doing? Hootenanny mentioned. We did it. I tried Pilk earlier. It was fine. This appears to be the car where the body was found. Looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. Crime scene took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car, just screams, I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Since attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. That was a phone. Looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Yes. Right, let's check it out. This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial. Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. Why is somebody using a flip phone in the year 2017? This isn't realistic. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Just, you never know with people from your generation. Anyway, let's check this phone out. See who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. Hey, hey, that song, I know that. Hey, what's going on over there? Sorry. I see you, partner. Press redial on that there phone, didn't you? Oh, yeah? Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. What? My sister's? She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who did she call? Sorry, partner. No idea. Now, I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that? Oh. Sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone, a wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Oh, inside of the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Why was she trying to call us suddenly? This rope, is it? Yep, they laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You have got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. I'm gonna kill the victim by smashing the trunk on them over and over again. B-block is through there. That's where visitors park. I can see the lunchline car over there, far in the distance. Yeah, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. You can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it, you'll be fine. Cannibalism! Anything new to examine? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman, he was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty dog in there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. One stabbed in the chest, a fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Death due to loss of blood, one knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Seems kind of vague. Is my sister involved with the victim in any way? Well, you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prospector Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together in a case a few years back. So there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. It's one reason why I didn't do much work with the Chief Prospector. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to this parking lot? So it seems like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. It's high noon. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective? Calling me out, they shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? One of them fancy shoe detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. Is it 2 years ago when that case happened? But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason, we're just short on hands right now. Keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog. Can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? Cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just, he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister? Correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. The prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambina. How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will, someone's up to something here, but who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? The unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. You follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person, but they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets, some people load them with deals. What, you're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old timers say. That was true of our last case. Literally. Big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that where Detective Gumshoe was taking off the case? They targeted him because he was closest to Edgeworth? Do you have anything to say about the Blue Badger? Nope. Ah, toy shield. Suits the boy well. What exactly would you shoot with that? A toy knife, maybe? Officer Marshall, don't you have anything good to say about Mr. Edgeworth? You don't like him, right? We get the point. You know, when I was a detective, I got one of these. Let me guess. Did it stand for King of Detectives? K? Or did it have a K for King of Detectives on it? Hey, they could use the same shield over and over. Note to self, the prosecutor's office and criminal affairs are surprisingly cheap. You know it. They've gotten cheaper with every passing year, I tell you. I tell you what. Okay. That's some sort of police passport. This is Detective Goodman's ID card, strangely enough. Found it a good distance away from the crime scene. Good distance in this rat hole? If you want distance, get yourself to Texas. Texas. It's a tiny little crime scene in a tiny little town with tiny little evidence. What difference does a few yards make, compadre? Probably a lot. Note to self, if you encounter suspicious evidence, think of Texas. There's no better way to study than to hang out with the pros. Sergeant Bruce. What else would they use? Letters, silly. They're the reason we have a written language in the first place. True. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. Yabba dab. See? Wouldn't that be better? Yabba dab? Well, it does have a certain ring to it. Exactly my point. Teehee. Doesn't take much to amuse her. Must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth in the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. That's a scary thought. Wait a minute. Oh. What is this on the bottom? Hey, check it out, there's a metal plate here. Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma, I guess he must be a foreigner. Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. She says it. His name does kind of have a ring to it. Doesn't seem like there's anything else I can interact with. Gotta be missing something. Nope. Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has a different taste, you know. You check out mine, it's a pink princess strap. It's hard to come by, you know. This series is as popular as ever with the kids. It's just gonna call me again. Nope. Gotta be something to do with this guy, right? Or Edgeworth. Edgeworth isn't even here. 5:12 p.m. The prosecutor's bright red steed came in a trot real slow like. Edgeworth is out roughing it, yeah. Without his knife too. He's just like he's like a fucking beaver now. He's chewing the wood. Trot? My Madonna tells me the crime occurred 3 minutes later, so it seems the chief prosecutor was lying in wait. Maybe. Waiting for her prince to ride in on his bright red horse. Cuts to him fist fighting a bear. Underneath a waterfall, shirtless. While they're balancing on a log. Suspended over a river. Seems like that seems like an actual same time next week. That seems legit. That just straight up feels like an actual thing that's probably in one of the little silly short bits at the end of one of the Woman Office volumes with Major Armstrong. I could totally see him like fighting a bear or something. Actually, that is kind of a thing in. I'm pretty sure there is. I'm pretty sure there is like a thing where somebody just straight up punches a bear in the face in Golden Conway. I know there's another scene where someone does something else to a bear. I don't remember if they have like a full-on like full page spread of like somebody decking a bear though. Tekken, that too, yeah, that too. Or is it a bear? Isn't there also a kangaroo character, or is that a different fighting game? So what you mean is the killer intended to use Edgeworth's car all along. Straight up treats the bear better than his son and grandson. That's kind of fucked up, but funny at the same time. My sister's cell phone. Last time it was used was 5:18, right after Goodman was killed. Maybe she was canceling her date for the night. Why did Lana make that call? We should probably look at this just so I know what's in it. Name of deceased. Bruce Goodman, 36 male, date and time of death February 21st, between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Cause of death, loss of blood from chest wound. Assessment wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. Okay. Grizzly bear, a panda bear, kangaroo, and joey, and a giant lizard aside from king horse. Yeah, I think I think Virtua Fighter has like a lizard guy named Gon. Or maybe again, it might not be Virtua Fighter, but I know one of them does. Weirdly enough, I don't ever hear people talk about Virtua Fighter, but it was the first fighter I ever saw because my cousin had it on his PlayStation. And I remember watching him play one of them as a kid. He had Reptile. Yeah, was Reptile the one that was like super hard to unlock and you had to do a bunch of really crazy stuff to get him? Back in the first game. Yeah, I don't remember how to do it, but I remember watching a thing about it and being like, this is so fucking complicated. I don't know how anyone ever did this. I feel like that way about a lot of older retro games and their hidden stuff. It's like, how the fuck did anyone find this? And like, replicate it. Oh yeah, nice. Is he an actual reptile, or is that just his name because he's green? Hold on, let me look up his designs. Let me see if I can find like a thing that shows them all. I'm sure there's a Mortal Kombat wiki. Okay. I wasn't sure because, like, you know, I remember his old his especially early on. He's just green Sub-Zero. Is there a gallery on the trivia quotes appearance? Let's see. Oh no. Come on, there's gotta be a gallery or something, right? This is such a long thing. Oh, there's not. What? Lame. Oh wait, it's at the top. I'm stupid. I forgot some of these have like the thingy at the top. Okay, let's see. Mortal Kombat 1. Okay, yeah, he looks pretty cool. Mortal Kombat 1, the new one. In Mortal Kombat 11, he just looks like green Sub-Zero. Again, he stands out a lot more in the new game. I actually like it. Ultra Mortal Kombat 3, he looks like almost... They made him act full-on reptilian. I don't know if there's like a story reason for why he's full-on reptilian. Seamlessly transformed to lizard form for some of his attacks. That sounds cooler than him just being a lizard or him just being green Sub-Zero. Him being able to shift back and forth is way more interesting. It's gonna make his attacks like look cooler and have more going on. In one of the games, she's got like a tongue attack. That's silly. Nice. Anyway. I'm not sure what to do now. See your badge? Put it around. Our badge is a star, lone star, shining in the nighttime sky. Beam of light illuminating evildoers who come in the dark of night. Note to self, evildoers are weak against starlight. It's a sheriff's badge. Hold up the... Okay, 205. Okay, cool. Good to know. Boop, boop. Alright, we got some, like, demon lady. Bam, bam. There he is. Oh, we can turn invisible. That's kind of cool. Oh, he actually has a tail. Oh, shit. That's cool. He did, like, a fucking death roll. I like that. Wait, is there like Marvel vs. Capcom like team attack stuff? I don't. Is that new? That's kind of cool. Have I presented everything to him? Characters only show up as assists. I see. I'm not sure where to look at this point. Vector is cameo only? Interesting. I wonder what was the decision, like how they picked to have cameo only. Maybe, I guess maybe they have like a story and it was just based around that. Who's in the story and who's not. I feel like I've showed him everything. I feel like I've examined everything. Oh shit, I missed something. Okay. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Look, something's written on it. 675, 12-2. Oh, S. Quite a few of them are fighters we haven't been in a while. Oh, so this game is kind of like... Is it kind of like a... Instead of getting everyone in, it's like we're gonna put in a lot of the people that haven't been around for a minute. Something like that. You're right, let's see. 7S, 12-2. That's kind of cool. If you're not gonna have everyone in, I guess that's the next best thing if you want to like bring back old fighters and stuff. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. Your Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Goodman's note added to the court record. So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. Do you think we'll be okay? The only thing still bothering me is that Lana is confessing to the crime. She says she did it. It feels a little weird going into this case because I'm so used to like the past, every case thus far aside from our first case, like built on the last one, and this one feels so disconnected. It's almost kind of weird. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. I kind of hope Emma isn't just a one-off, but I'm pretty sure all the first 3 games all came out on Game Boy Advance. So there's pretty much, unless they all have special cases where Emma comes back, there's pretty much no way that she's important to the story, at least in the trilogy. Which is a little disappointing. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids? The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. Oh, she was calling Emma. That makes a lot more sense. I was confused as to why Phoenix had the Steel Samurai song as his ringtone. Then bringing her back for the... Yeah, me too. I'm just curious. I don't want her... I would be a little put off if she literally only shows up for this and nothing else. Like, it would kind of feel like a waste to even having this extra case with like a whole new characters and stuff. I don't know. It's also possible that some of these characters are characters that showed up later, and this is like a way to like introduce them to you early, maybe? Like retroactively introducing them early. But that would be weird, I feel like. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I'm just curious, I guess. Because it feels like they put a lot of effort into this extra case, and it would be kind of sad if it's just like totally unrelated to anything else ever. 5:18, just after the murder took place. Your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Cell phone added to in the court record, or updated. The detective is murdered and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went down here. Alright, cool. Okay, well now I don't feel bad for stopping early because it would have taken us another like 45 minutes to an hour. Because the outcome is that there are a few sentences thrown in here and they're in the later games, probably, yeah. If Emma comes back for even a single case in any other game that isn't like a bonus case, then I will be satisfied. But yeah, it's probably the case that she probably will only get brought up in games that came out after the DS ports were released. February 23rd, 9:34 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. February 30th. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me. No matter what the outcome, I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? But my defense attorney should never believe... A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there's one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Yeah, I mean, I don't expect a prosecutor to have good advice for being a defense attorney. We have literal opposing jobs. It's like a sword telling a shield how to do its job. Which I guess is fitting because Edgeworth's name just has sword in it in Japanese. And it's Edge, obviously, in English. Good luck, Mr. Wright. Pokemon Sword and Shield, oh my god, you're right. I can't believe they scrapped Pokemon Gun. That's so fucked up. They give us Pokemon Gun, Nintendo. Sword Burt and Shield Burt. At my first try without a Fae helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there, so I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole time. What's the worst? Nintendo for scrapping Pokemon Gun? These 2 super rich guys who came up post-game and believe that they are the rightful owners of Zacian and Zamazenta. Oh, interesting. They're There are a sword and a shield. That sounds stupid. Hold on. What are their names? I want to look them up. Look up the designs. They're related to an ancient king. That's nice, I guess. Good for you. Okay, you can't use numpad enter. Yes. I don't usually try because it doesn't usually work. I just wanted to try. Anyway. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. In 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. Ooh, gotcha. On you out. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. I don't like that they just call it the lot, not the parking lot. I don't know why, it just feels weird. Wow, he's so much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. Keep your kinks in check, Emma. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime, a professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. Prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Star, to the stand. Cough up, Queen. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. And for you, I have a fiesta bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? Ah, and you, sir. Do you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Ask me again in an hour. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I'm actually bleeding. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? No clue. Now, name, profession, now. Me? The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. Prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. What exactly do you mean? Till 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Star was a detective? Aha! I know who you are. Cough up. Cough up, Queen. Cough up, Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Star. Who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose it's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor spaces, yes? Crime took place by a car in the back of A block in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with his knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Parking lot with Edgeworth's car. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. Seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. Seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Star. Wait, what are they talking? Are they talking about me? Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand, and she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest.
Bring your lunchbox to your boyfriend? How touching.
As you can see, there is no room for doubt.
The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman.
So, I skipped a thing. Oops. I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Is that okay? Monty Python reference.
Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
All right. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uniformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim, killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. Many prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless.
Very well, you may continue, Miss Starr.
Alright. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard.
That boyfriend? You have several?
Yes. This boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Gotta join. The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applications.
I'll stick with the lunches, thanks.
Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. Security guard room is in the lot in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. The judge is also probably married. Maybe. Probably. It's Japan, so honestly, if you're his age, yeah, it would have just been like expected of you to get married. I imagine. Incidentally, did you bring your lunch boxes by the car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder. But like, how would you say? Oh yes, it was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds.
I have no idea what that means.
Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese.
A young cheese.
A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets, a greenhorn.
Then I must be hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack.
Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. Got him. In any case, there in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. My garish car, you mean? Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's, wasn't it? Indeed it was.
What an odd case this is, and the person you saw, you were sure it was the defendant.
I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. Telling the truth, we're doomed. 30 feet feels like a long distance, but I guess you still would be able to like recognize someone from 30 feet, so... Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside.
That was inspiring.
I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed.
A photograph, you took this.
What's up with people taking photographs and not submitting them beforehand? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunch boxes is rigged with a camera. Interesting. Because that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? I think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor. Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this most certainly is the defendant. I mean, yeah. Oh, this is unmistakably Lana Skye. So what was the defendant doing at the time? Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, let's say the blade was about 4 inches long. You'd know what 4 inches looked like, wouldn't you? Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife after all. Yes, it's about right. Prosecutors are by nature well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg? I mean, a person? Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. So, the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Tell the court why you didn't try to stop the crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. I mean, to be fair, that it's not like it takes that long to raise a knife up and then bring it down. If you looked over, I think it would... She's definitely being sneaky, but she has a point that by the time you notice somebody stabbing someone, you probably would take a second to be like, what the fuck like, you'd be shocked that you're seeing somebody get stabbed, and in that time the stabbing would happen. Too late? Yes, the next moment the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. Said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. That's pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. This is a tough one. The only thing I can think is that maybe the car in this picture isn't Edgeworth's car. But I feel like we would have had... I don't remember... I'm gonna try it. I don't know what else to do right now. We can lose a point. Nope. Fuck. No, that would have been weird, but I don't know. Huh. The only thing you can think is that in this picture she's closing the trunk with her left hand, which might imply that she's left-handed. Otherwise, I have no idea. I'm gonna safety save in case I just start picking a bunch of bad options. This is tough. Okay, that is it. I wasn't sure if that was gonna work properly. And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with a knife. As I've already said, yes. I swear to my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that is a fun lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. Every time I do it, it makes me laugh. This is the photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever feeble mind, Mr. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ, Edgeworth, chill. You're killing him. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? The dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat. But it's a black and white photograph. Yes, it is hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. I would say this is a battle of wits, but my opponent appears to be unarmed. No problem except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take this kind of abuse? Get a better idea? Objection. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony, namely that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? You run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. You don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understand it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Gloves? Gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Conjecture, but a fair point. Those gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder is a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. I have proof that it's not the case. Or do I have to press it? The whole Payday gang goes around everywhere with the blue gloves. What if she was just in a habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. Get them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. Gotta think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. They keep saying that. And the biggest thing for me is, like, if it was premeditated, what would have happened if Edgeworth hadn't gotten there? Her using Edgeworth's car feels like a last moment thing. Cool. Okay. It was right. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell lunch boxes for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. In this case, just the chief prosecutor of the district, right? Mommy, are prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. How does she know it was in the trunk? Yeah. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're gonna plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Yeah, the classic scream of "I defeated you in mental combat." Order, order, order! Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah, the prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need prove, nothing else. Well, fuck, he's got us there. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now, but you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Like how Edgeworth has to also distance himself from this because it was his knife in his car. Yeah, he does have to walk a little bit of a tightrope here. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called him the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in and again and again. She didn't. There was one stab wound. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. I already know what I'm going for. A human machine, that's a contradiction. Wait, what are you talking about, Wright? Can't you find fault with something of substance, Mr. Wright? Note to self, Mr. Edgeworth's size smell like citrus fruit. That's interesting. That could be early, or that could be a sign of diabetes. Edgeworth, you should go see a doctor. You say again and again. I mean, it's probably not. It's definitely just that he eats a lot of fruit. Yeah, she said Edworth's. That fucker is peeling and eating lemons. He replaced his popsicles with lemons. Not apples, like Phoenix thought. Oh yeah. It's all come together. Say again and again. How many times did she stab him exactly? We often say chop into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000 pieces. What difference does it make if the deed is done? She's getting mad at me. Let's just say she stabbed him several times and leave it at that. Leave it at that. This is a murder case, people. Mr. Wright, you should speak up if you have an objection, you know. Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. The short wick burns out the fastest. It's a scientific fact. I wonder, would it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a really short wick will burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. Cool. Okay, we already know what to do. You say she stabbed him again and again. But you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to a loss of blood from one stab. I like that Edgeworth really just does not give a shit about the whole like premeditated thing. He's even willing to just like jump in and be like, shut the fuck up. Talk about literally anything else. You're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed? What witness? You get the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. Child, settle down. Yeah, seriously. This guy's like 24? 20. Yeah, he's the same age as Phoenix, so he's gotta be 24 at least if he hasn't had his birthday yet. It's basically your grandpa. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood, but now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Her red muffler. Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck, so she can be easily hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose. She's right. This guy was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? Wait, isn't it odd that you mistook it that for splattered blood? Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. Do they? A judge with a bib. Why this place feels so much like kindergarten sometimes. Actually, I do think I saw some traces of blood on her chest. However, the autopsy report is clear on this matter. There was only one knife wound. Apparently, Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. Mr. Wright, this is our chance. Chance for what, I wonder? Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Oh, we already said that. She's not wearing it, that's what I thought. Ha 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 ha! Oh wait, I didn't even see what Phoenix said. I was drinking. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you proved it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be. Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations, perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? It was there. A scarf. No, not that, but something red. Really? Well, now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well. Witness, continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. We find out that Edgeworth really fucking hates service workers. He doesn't tip. I mean, I don't think you actually tip in Japan. I think they just get paid normal paid. A lot of countries don't tip, I'm pretty sure. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. A livable wage? Imagine. That's too good to be true, yeah, you're right. We don't even people that don't get tipped, or that don't get tips, just anyone who works all of those so-called, what do they call it when COVID happened? Like I don't remember. They use a certain term. The necessary jobs, like people working grocery stores and stuff. Essential, yeah, essential workers. Yeah. Little funny that essential workers don't make livable wages, ain't it? Anyway, that's a rant for another day. The most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. And this next testimony might just be the moment of truth. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition up to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Chief Prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. That sounds fishy as fuck. You're quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. A cobra is a snake. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. He's weak to poison. Type. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. How the fuck would she kick over an entire oil drum? Oil drum, hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. On the stand, like, bitey, 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 bitey. Yeah, basically. After the murder... I gotta pee, so I'm gonna go take a pee break. I'll be back. Muffins have been made. Now we're making red lobster cheddar biscuits. Yum. If you have good cookies and biscuits and muffins. Alright, let's get back to this lady. Murder of a suspect attempted to run behind a partition. I should just question everything. I've never been punished for pressing. I assumed that you would get punished eventually, but it seems like I was wrong. Though I wouldn't be surprised if that does become a thing in later games. Seems kind of broken. I guess it's kind of broken, but I guess it's not, because a lot of times you have to press stuff. And it's not like pressing something meaningless. Did we? I don't remember him punishing us for pressing. I think I remember I messed up a few times and got punished for picking the wrong thing. But that was me having to make a choice. I'm picking the wrong choice. So where's this partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. I mean, like I said, I guess when you think about it, it really isn't quote-unquote broken, because things that don't, if you press something that doesn't matter, you're not going to get anything out of it anyway. You're just wasting your own time. And what did you do then? Quickly caught her and explained her rights. Press. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Well, that's an easy one to do. How did you get around the chain link fence? I'd like to see this on the floor plans just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here. That would make it about 30 feet. That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes? Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing, the car from Queen Lunch Lady Athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, the fence was about 9 feet high too, so how did Miss Sky not get away? I'll press everything else first. She mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say? I remembered exactly. I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just the one, like, oh, she said muffler, but she was referring to the muffler of a car. Just that one word. So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Yes, the chief prospector was talking on her phone. Phone, she can't mean. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately. My memory. It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see Miss Starr. The chief prosecutors first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Sorry, that was gonna burp. Apparently, it was out of order. And so she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing. Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense court attorney. Press further. How do you think you could reset your testimony for the court? I was going to ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. Chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. She picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. She pulled out her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time... Oh, and during that time you climbed over the chain link fence. Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this. What is it, Mr. Wright? I don't think you saw any of that, because there's a fucking wall in the way. Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Skye. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's take a look at the floor plans. Then you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Skye making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. Hell yeah. So true. Order! What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. Quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Witness lied about, I almost want to pick this one because is it too obvious what she saw? She lied about the order of events. Miss Skye used that emergency phone before the murder. I see. I hadn't thought of that. I took the wind out of her sails. Why would anyone use the emergency phone before the murder? Just when you think he can't sink any lower, he amazes us. I applaud you, Mr. Wright. You ordered the orange peel lunchbox, right? Oh, no. I thought it seemed so weird that I thought maybe it had to be the correct answer. What she saw? Excited about what she saw. In other words, she didn't see Miss Skye using that emergency phone. It does seem hard to imagine how she could have. Very logical. Yeah, no. That was too obvious. Damn. You ordered the patouille on rice, right? We only got 2 more chances. Miss Skye tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. I see. Pointless to lie, I see. But, say the witness did actually see Miss Skye using the emergency phone, it would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location. Now that's a pointless lie if I've ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The place from where she saw the crime was the security room. I bet. That's my guess. This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room. Indeed, the security room is the security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the 2nd floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there, but why there? Many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr, how many years have I been getting the better of men? I think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has gotten the better of Angel Starr. Gotcha, bitch. Order! Order, witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. Guilty? Is she talking about Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim, but who took the photograph if she was up in the security office? That truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? Witnesses found to be lying. They're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So, tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. What do I have to? She's the one that committed perjury. Star witnessed the crime from the security guard station. She lied and said she saw it from B Block. It must make a vital difference, but what would that change? Distance to the crime? It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plan, it's quite clear. No, but not how far she was, sight-wise, but how long it would take her to get there. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could do. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Skye? Well, witness... Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? Quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend? He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene, but the door was locked. I couldn't open it. She had to run all the way around to B Block. So she did take the picture, but that's a long time. That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B Block. That's quite a detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? Changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point, and that spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. That's right. You have to do something. Raise an objection, obviously. 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and their arrest. Think about it. You can make pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente. I've got lunch boxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange. You're a criminal. What would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Skye dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yeah. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. Witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth is the next witness ready to go. Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it. We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was too close. Afraid the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Oh, great. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I'd prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? It's another one of her trick lunchboxes. My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr. Ah. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple-decker! Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. I feel like this judge needs to get taken off. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she gonna pull out of her lunchbox this time? Thanks for the Golpies Moths and the posture trick. And the stretch. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? No, you did not. 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. The shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. What? There was blood found on that shoe. Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. I feel like her not trusting Edgeworth with the evidence is going to be exactly what... This is exactly what's, like, getting her screwed over. Aside for her being how she is, I do like her aesthetic. Her design is really cool. She just kind of sucks as a person. But I feel like there's a problem with these games, is a lot of the characters you run into are people we're going to have to grill on the stand, and they're going to lie or have wacky testimonies. So they always run the risk of, like, being not likable, or not as likable once you get them on the stand. And you had blood tests performed. Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. Oh my god. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Don't we do that constantly? Like, every case, I'm pretty sure every case has had evidence brought up during the trial anyway. In other words, the shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Ace Ventura won again yesterday. It doesn't hold up? No, it does not. I feel like I talked about this on... I feel like I talked about this on stream at some point with somebody. Maybe not. Maybe it was but like that whole... The whole reveal at the end... I remember I watched it like a year ago, and I watching that reveal at the end, and like the way it was treated was just like the last 15 minutes. Oh my god. I don't even remember. I do remember it feeling long, but I didn't realize it was that much time. But like, god, that was fucking bad. The second movie has plenty of its own stuff that does not hold up. I think I remember talking to someone about this, and we were debating as to which one held up worse, the first or the second. And I felt like the first holds up worse, but they both have lots of stuff in them that does not hold up well. But yeah, no, man, like, oof. And then there's when they went to like the hospital. Man. The one where he crawls out of a fake rhino. Which one is that again? That was the first one, yeah. I believe. That held up, as far as I can remember, is probably the Lucasfilms game they made. Also, how you doing, Cardboard? Was it the second one? Oh, you're right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the second one. That was the second one. I forgot. That the first one's about the dolphin, the second one is about the bat. Yeah. The second one is the rhino. I think the second one is funnier. Oh, really? Interesting. Huh. Maybe I'll add that to the one-off list. I think the second one is just generally funnier, so maybe that's why I feel like it holds up better, because for all the stuff that doesn't hold up, at least there are funny moments in it. I also... Gender stuff is also going to hit closer to home for me, I think, too, because the big thing in the second one is like they have the Aboriginal tribes. I don't actually remember. Is it in Africa? I don't actually remember where it takes place. But that everything relating to that has like a certain edge to it. That very easily tips into, you know, I think it was, but I'm not totally sure. I feel like, thinking back, a lot of the animals I remember being African animals, but I am not like super, I don't know, you know more about animals in general than I do. Anyway, neither of them holds up well. But if I had to pick one, I would go watch the second one. The first one. Also, the Kid Pet Detective. Oh, I heard about that, but I never saw it, actually. I'm sure it's not great. I remember, my thing is that I remember the first one that doesn't hold up well at all, and also I remember there weren't even really that many funny moments in it. Like all of the main jokes in it are like the bits that don't hold up well. Cartoon Network original. I feel like I remember that it airing and seeing it on TV, but I didn't watch it. I just saw that it existed. Perhaps they don't hold up well, but Ace getting the spears in his leg. I was gonna say that that is one of the moments that like is genuinely funny. But I literally can't think of a single moment from the first movie that's like, what's a funny moment from the first movie? I don't know, I can't think of any. But if you ask me the second one, I can like actually think of some. Oh, when he does football in reverse, that's fair. Yeah. I guess I forgot about that because all of the stuff directly before that I really don't like. I don't even remember the shark. Oh, you're right. No, I do remember that now. Yeah. But yeah, all the stuff right before the football. Or you just mean the football stuff in general? I don't know football stuff, so I never actually cared about that sort of the movie. I thought you were talking about when he was like pretending to play football, and then he like, it is it's very impressive watching Jim Carrey play out like what he was doing in reverse. That part was impressive from like an acting standpoint. Like not to say that he like accurately perfectly said his lines in reverse or anything, but it like the physical acting of like trying to move in reverse, I think he did a good job. And then, you know, did like the funny like backwards sounding like you're talking backwards thing when I did it. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel to me the first one just seems like it holds up way worse. I don't know. From what I remember, and I have seen I watched those movies a lot when I was a kid, and I rewatched them both last year, so I feel like I remember them fairly well. But yeah, because the second one has like, I don't know, it has good moments. Like I like the opening where he's like he tries to save the raccoon. Like genuinely well done. I think it was a raccoon. There's a slinky bit. There's the spears. I like the bit at the end where like he slept with the girl, and then the guy comes out shouting after they get married, and he's like, oh, they can tell, and then he like has to run away. Stuff like that. I don't know. Pay off for the slinky bit, yeah. I also like from like a character standpoint that he's scared of bats. Like I thought that was fun. Like he's the animal guy, but even he's got an animal he's scared of. I think that's a fun character bit. You know, I think there's just more going on in the second one, I feel like. I think if nothing else, it just objectively feels like a better written movie. Let's see. So Edward's sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. That was way earlier than it actually was. When did it come out? I remember watching them as kids, but I don't really remember much. 1994? Oh, yeah. That was a year before I was born. I almost typed in Ace Attorney. Ace Ventura. They came out 1 year after each other? Whoa. That's alrighty then. It's something that has stuck with me for life, though. I only remember that because my dad used to say it a lot. Ace Ventura 2 came out only like a year later, but they had different directors, so that's probably why they feel completely different. Ace Attorney Pet Detective. Directed and written by Steve Oedekerk versus the first one, which was directed by Tom Shadyac and written by Jack Bernstein, Tom Shadyac, and Jim Carrey. Interesting. Anyway. Yeah, different directors and different writers. So that's why, even though they came out a year apart, they feel completely different. Oh yeah, I heard about that actually. I mean, good. Yeah, he's getting up there in years. About time he steps down. Even for years prior, he spends most of his time in his studio making art. Oh really? I didn't know he made art. That's cool. Let me look that up. Jim Carrey art. Yeah. I remember that. He might. We'll see. I imagine it would be the last thing he did. Interesting. Anyway. Really seems like they're going for Sonic Adventure type thing. For 3. Yeah, that's the vibe I was kind of getting. I mean, we're getting Shadow now, so I don't know. I've never seen any of the movies. I kind of feel like I wouldn't be like that into them. I'm not big into Sonic. Yeah, I mean, overall, Jim Carrey's always seemed like one of the nicer actors. Especially for like how big he is. And it's my favorite movies, I would say. Well, specifically, Truman Show is one of my favorite movies, for sure. And he definitely was a big part of my childhood, with stuff like Ace Ventura, even though it didn't hold up well. My dad really likes Jim Carrey, so I definitely watched a good bit of Jim Carrey. There was, what was it, Cable Guy or something? That was an interesting watch. Truman Show is fantastic. I agree. Very well done. Anyway, as you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. There's really a difference when you see interviews from people who worked with actors and all they say about certain actors is that they're the nicest human beings. I actually, because I read, sometimes I read like the Wikipedia, like it has like that suggested random article at the front, or at least it does on the mobile app. I don't actually, it doesn't have anything there if you just open like the normal page, but Drew Carey mixed up. That's kind of fair. I mean, their names are very similar. I remember when I heard Drew Carey the first time, I thought somebody was calling Jim Carrey by the wrong name. That was my first thought. So I kind of sort of had that. But no, there was some actor named, I think his name was like Robert Steiger. I don't remember. Robert Steiger. I could be remembering the name wrong. I don't know. But anyway, I read through his whole Wikipedia thing, and you know, they had bits. It was kind of interesting. That was the most interesting part, honestly, I think, was like seeing what people had to say about him. Because like some people were like he was one of the, you know, the greatest, you know, actors I've ever worked with, and because he was a method actor, so there was a lot of like conflicting opinions on him as an actor and if he was a good actor or bad actor, and certain directors liked working with him, some hated it. In his later career, a lot of people shit on him for overacting, and they felt like he was trying to steal the show. I don't know. It was kind of interesting to see like what people had to say about him. There was also a thing in there that I just remembered where like he like played a character who like, if I remember right, the original Russian version of that movie, they were like remaking it for Western audiences, I think. Uh, the original Russian version was played by a guy named Vladimir Sokolov, and I'm pretty sure I think that's Sokolov's full name in Metal Gear 3. I'd have to check. I should check that now. But if it is, then that actor is probably who Kojima named Sokolov after, because I know he likes to name people after like musicians and actors. All right, let me find Sokolov. Yeah, I saw that and I immediately went like, that makes sense. That's a thing he would do. Signattiva, Colonel Vogan, the boss, Rykov, Sokolov. No, damn it. Nope, his name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. Dang, I thought I was onto something. Hold on, let me check do they have a trivia thing on this guy? I don't think they do. I get mad when I open up these wikis and they don't have like a trivia section, because it's like, come on, you gotta have something. Behind the scenes, oh no, this is more story stuff, I think. Nope. Doesn't have anything about who he might be named after. Anyway, whatever. I thought I was onto something, but I guess not. So maybe, I don't know. I'm sure somebody out there has like done a ton of research on like every reference that they can figure out that Kojima put into his games. When it came out that Chevy Chase, I actually don't know anything about Chevy Chase. I'm not even sure that I know who that is. Hold on. Chevy Chase. Oh, wait, this guy. I do know this guy. Oh, that sucks. He was pretty funny in some stuff. Let's see. Feud with Bill Murray. Yeah, James Woods is another example. Hades is my favorite Disney villain. But oof, James Woods. I will still enjoy Hades despite it, but hey. So I'm trending like a month ago, and this can't be good. I probably was it. Did you look into it? Appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, seems you have yet another count against you, witness. It was not good. Oh boy. Well, I won't ask because I don't know if it's something that can be. Well, I don't know how. If it's something bad, you don't have to talk about it. He's big into certain political movements. Oh, I don't like the sound of that one bit. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. God, this bitch. Should have mentioned this 5 minutes when I wasn't looking for the crime scene. Family Guy making James Woods a recurring villain is surprisingly accurate. Yeah. I don't know much about Seth MacFarlane. I've heard he's pretty chill, but he also comes off as very... He always came off as up his own ass to me. But maybe I'm biased because I don't like Family Guy. But I know... Oh, they did! I forgot that it was originally called James Woods High. I wonder if that was because of stuff coming out about James Woods, actually. I will say in regards to Family Guy, I'm pretty sure that Seth MacFarlane doesn't even have that much of a... It was also after Adam West said, yeah, that might have been... It might have partially been to honor Adam West. They had him on a lot, and so I imagine that they really liked working with him. He's a funny guy, so... Did they? Interesting. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results. How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blink means nothing. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. And the suspect is admitting she did it? False testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with. Kevin MacFarlane is a lot of a hit-miss, but he does some good things from time to time. Like he voices the mouse and sing. He's actually pretty good at Sinatra song. He has a really good singing voice. No. That's what I was going to say. I don't think Seth MacFarlane has written for Family Guy in a very long time. I think he just comes in and does the voices and leaves. I don't even imagine he does that much in terms of like having much control over the show at this point. I can't imagine. I think he is just basically the voice actor and the guy who gets paid for having come up with the original idea. And you found the shoe at the scene of the crime. I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. Compared to like Matt Stone and Trey Parker. Yeah. I think they're kind of the exception though. Especially with a long-running show. The only mediums I really keep up with that where the creator have they? I don't really keep up with South Park, so the only mediums I keep up with or I'm into that for the creator has really heavy influence are like manga and novels. Typically after a while with TV shows, I feel like the creator always ends up having less and less influence over time, and a lot of times they end up leaving after a certain point. But the show keeps going. They agreed to make South Park for one streaming service, right? Then agreed to do it with another. Oh, well, that's totally on them. Or that's just a bad move. Well, hope they're all right. I mean, I assume they're probably fine. Somebody's gonna want South Park. Okay, I'll check it out later. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck up with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. The shoe is my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? Carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. One of those no one told us we couldn't things. I see. Oh, I see. Like they were gonna make... Were they gonna make like a special for one service and then a special for the other? Was that what it was? Like they were gonna make separate things for each one? I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed the valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. It's like a season whatever for one. Okay. I see. I can see why they thought that might be fine. But I'm also not surprised that people got mad. Alright. Interesting. So you brought it to the forensics department. You're going to submit something as evidence in court you needed to prove. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. And when she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And the blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. So recently that back in the day, South Park, they made fun of climate change and said it wasn't real or overhyped. Did they really? That's kind of funny because I know everyone points to South Park as like the thing that always gets it right. Later they were like, yeah, Return to Ark. I mean, yeah. Okay, I'll check it out later. At least they admitted it, I guess. To be fair, I think the more common belief at the time was that it was overhyped. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, didn't they just straight up make Hillary the president in the show before it was even over? Let's see. I mean, listen, everyone likes to pretend that they guess everything ahead of time, but really I think that it's probably just a couple of things that they got right. And I feel like that type of show is bound to get certain things right. It's kind of like when The Simpsons predict stuff. It's like, there's so many Simpsons episodes about so many different topics, of course they're going to accidentally predict something. Can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. Do good videos in South Park, and they go into detail. Okay. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie? Well, speak up. Blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. It's just a vigorous speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow any samples of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. Dedicated video how South Park being weekly in real time was a shooting themselves in the foot move. I mean, yeah. I think that's kind of the... I've heard about like how much crunch there was in South Park. So, I mean, fair. The same thing that happens to like mangakas and stuff when they're putting out weekly stuff. It's just like... It is not easy to make weekly content like that. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results, but they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana Skies. But it's not a guarantee. Suspect's blood was found in the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. You said enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Right. Do you or don't you have a problem with the shoe? Problem? Critical. Is there a problem with the shoe? I think there's a problem with the shoe. I'm not sniffing it right now. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there is one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now, but you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's see what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with the evidence. Why is there so much blood and why is she stepping in it? That's my first thought. If it's splattered in my... I'm visiting the bottom of the shoe. I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie, or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. Makes sense the victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of the shoe? There's no blood puddle. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint. Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe was covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about the shoe. Picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints, but no one found any. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Somebody would have found that, yeah. Order, order, order! Well, witness! What? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. That's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. I would love it if the judge occasionally just popped up between the two of them. Just because he felt left out. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. Chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do. Kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that. I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth, though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness, well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. How did she kick it over? Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would have become evidence against her. I don't buy that she could push that over, though. Those things are heavy as fuck. That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. I mean, Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Oh, it was. Just say she cut herself when she stabbed him? But doesn't the knife have a guard? Or she really cut herself? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please. What can I do? Your sister's confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But... Enough. There's no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution side. She could have been lying about the water. Court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you just say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Wow. I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox, a lunchbox called evidence. Witness, don't tell me you have something else. The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cop up, Queen. Look at this. A photograph? I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait. Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Uh-oh. Erasing the last trace of doubts from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. Sorry, Mia. Right. What or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up, not until the bitter end. Come on, Phoenix. Come on. There's always a way out. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Your Honor, wait. What is with you people? Can't I hand out my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can't it wait? No, it can't. It'd be too late. Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, Mr. Wright, are you saying there's a problem with the latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Why is he in this pose and not in the pose that he was found in? Using Edge for his own trick against him. Am I thinking too far ahead, though? I'm a little worried that, like, I'm jumping the gun. But I'm gonna click on the guy. Nope. Okay. For free? Yeah. Guess. Why would you take his shoe off? Nope. I don't get it. I'm just confused why he's not leaning out of the car like the body was found. No, I have no idea what they want me to do here. No, I have zero idea. This thing? Problem in this photograph is here. Okay. I didn't think that would be what I was supposed to point out. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth, Your Honor. You just said muffler. Oh, because the mentioning of the muffler earlier. Fuck, I forgot about that. Even though I even called out the car muffler part when she said it. Oh, I see no trace of a muffler or a scarf of any kind in this photo. A muffler is also part on a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see, and I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing, absolutely nothing. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. Oh, the stuff coming... No, the thing in the muffler was the note we found earlier. Like it was like 67S 12.2 or something like that. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? See what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Wait. Tell us why you think the piece of cloth in the muffler is related to this case. Oh, this was found in the trunk. Never mind. I thought we found this in the muffler for some reason. Is it because she's not wearing a muffler in this? In this, maybe? It's being dicey. Well, Your Honor, how do you feel about that? No, it's not. Fuck, we're on our last leg. Muffler the muffler. Where have I heard that word recently? Oh, right. Billy. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused about. Yeah, that's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler. Ugh. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Who has the cloth? You! Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. That was close, but we made it, at least for now. Court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry. Well, that's our first part of the trial. Barely made it through. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. Except the day we're swimming in quicksand. So, what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. They say you show a red cloth to a bull to fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look, see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. Got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. Been hard to slip out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. We'll probably couldn't even see the color of the cloth. Yeah, I feel like I heard something about that like the red cloth actually isn't anything. Yeah, it's a shaking the cloth around that gets them. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? Could be worrying about the cheap prosecutors' taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? Only really red to keep the blood down. Yeah, true. Man scraping fleas off his face. Are you luring? I'm luring so hard. I barely survived. I'm dying out here. How you doing, Burner? Also, he's not scraping fleas off his face. He's obviously shaving his beard that grows back. Attorney Strider, hell yeah. His beard grows back so fast that he has to constantly shave it. That's canon. I'm putting that in the lore. The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. Nice. I hope your grass touching was good. You don't say? Now don't that just beat all? Seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? The award ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. Sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. So we're gonna have to go through him next. So what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? Steak sauce. I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Hooey. Back at it again. No wonder this case is so long. We had fucking day one of the trial is broken up into 2 parts. I wouldn't be surprised if we have to go the full trial length on this one. I'd like to resume. Except the judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Stub sauce? I have no idea what that is. Or maybe I do. I assume it's some kind of steak sauce. Sometimes you just gotta miss timing on the ball, bullfight, and punch out. Yeah. Barbecue place. Something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. Oops. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable. Seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock, who's there? Who's there? Who the fuck? What the fuck is up with this guy? Strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. His cross tie gives me like Castlevania vibes. Is he secretly Dracula? What a horrible night for a curse. So true. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. This guy's from this case? I guess so. What on earth is he? Oh, it's you! Why is he looking like that? You gonna say something? Oh, sorry I'm late, Edgy. The roads were packed, it's just me. No, long time no see. Hey, Edgy, how you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy schmizzy. Edgy, my boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Okay, but also got ported here as an extra kit, yeah. Actually, it seems to be his nickname for the judge? Afraid you're right, very afraid. I'm sorry, but who are you? Oh, so you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Yeah, thanks. Sorry about a little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Oh, he's full-on British, apparently. Little worthy? You don't know the district chief of police? I don't. Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. He just kind of sits there staring at me. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? He fights the undead. He totally does. Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed into the exhaust pipe. On little Worthy's car, no less. Why was he got a lightning bolt here? It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth! How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? No, wait a minute, Worthy. I have no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there? Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had... Your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. But are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This guy's gonna be a fucking bitch to get through, I can already tell. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words.
This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first.
Yes?
Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife.
The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not.
Could you open it for me, I wonder?
Yes, well, I think all you do is push this button.
If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore.
Von Karma 2? Well, he's not a prosecutor, but he is going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. They really like this gimmick. Ah! Don't scare me like that! I'm the one who's scared. Look at that, this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? Found at the crime scene wrapped in the defendant's muffler. Small tag attached. But where were there two knives?
This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. Terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police, and this knife? Sure thing, not a problem. Not even a little one, really.
Use.
This knife is special, but I can't say how here, unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department, see? What a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. I forgot there were two murders at the same time. There was a murder at the police department. A detective. That's hush-hush information. Gee, we haven't exactly announced it yet.
You just did.
Wait a second, you said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order! Anyway, we at the department are all flustered. As you might well assume, we're in the middle of a top-secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright?
Two detectives killed at the same time in two different places. Every hit requires some sort of planning. It sure does. That a lot of planning, I would argue. A single planned out murder would already be hard to do, but two at the same time? I smell corruption. Chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness.
Very well, however, keep your questions focused on the case at hand.
Until I can prove that they're connected. It's not, I don't have to read it out. It's special, but I can't say how here. I'm just gonna press everything unless the game tries to punish me for it. Excuse me, special?
Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else.
Might that special thing be this little tag?
Oh, sorry, Righto, but I can't say that now. Not that.
We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime?
Quite a mystery. And, like a mystery, it's wrapped in something, a muffler.
This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you?
See, there's a lot of things that go on at the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto.
Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Examine that knife while we can, righto. Perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the evidence. The piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time. So. Yes. Go back. There's a small tag on the knife. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure, but it reminds me of similar code. It's part of a case. Somebody stole this from evidence, and then... Why? It's a case number? That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. Wasn't that long ago either. I fucking... yeah. Maybe we should check the court record again. Fucking note. That isn't 67S, it's SL9. 221. Holy shit. Holy fuck. We had it upside down. Wait a second. Oh, at last. An honest-to-goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with the Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Oh, an honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Udgy? This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL9 too. And this is important. Why? Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7S, 12-2. I was wondering what December could possibly have to do with anything. Like, what the fuck happened in December? But no. It's February 21st. Or, anyway. Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around, and what do you get? February 21st, SL9. Almost Christmas means that it wasn't Christmas. Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that is written on the knife's tag. Order, order. Well, Chief. Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? What game is this guy playing? Knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Alright. So this knife was stolen. Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice! Good show, little worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. This knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgar's car. But why? Why do I think there isn't a connection there? Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there. Righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry. Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand you were busy, what with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened in the police department that day? On the same day that the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Ooh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. We already know when the victim died. Where the victim was found, how the victim was killed, when the victim died. Well, the only thing we don't know is how the victim died. So... how was the detective killed? How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what we in the force call a stabbing, with a knife. Knife? Exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit. We're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. Seems like I'm gonna have to press this a bit harder. I officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. Do I need to ask where he was found? Where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room within the police department. Evidence room. Wait a second, I've heard of that. Evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? This knife was evidence in the case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. Link between the two cases established. We finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? The connection is a place... The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number and the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective was murdered at the police department. The detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed, there do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what happened, which you deduced right here. Your men suck, Chief. We got our ass kicked at one of those ones. Yeah, I think it's the same one. I request that you release your information on the victim of the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. Wait, really? Who'd have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? You're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Oh, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, I guess I might as well... Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not, you won't tell me their name after all. I keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 584-2189. That's definitely the exact same as the one we have. Well, that's quite long, and we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. Didn't even get the first number right. That's right. Does this tell you anything? Yes. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does, I think. Meaning? Let's see what I think it is. What does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. See the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? Witness? What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news, huh? Just come out with both guns blazing like you always do. Police department, the prosecutor's office, 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 584-2189. And that means what exactly? Wait, that ID we heard from the chief earlier, that started with 82... I forgot. Just once we should get, like, a free shake with our badge. I agree. I can't wait for the badge in one of the games to be evidence that we have to submit. You didn't even get the first number right. Again, the number the chief of police gave us was 584-2189. Wait a second, Wright. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. Milkshake in the fridge. Oh shit, go get your milkshake. Don't forget. What does our witness think about that? Oh, sharp as attack, Righto. Sharp as attack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. Wait, I gave him the wrong voice. Night Fang saved the day once again. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. This is quite the case. We're full on getting into like some super wacky Detective Conan shit now. Yet a detective, Bruce Goodman, was also killed at the police department in the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is the same person was killed at the same time in a completely different location? I guess. Order, 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 Chief, what does this mean? No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait! Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error. Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare you? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our officer Meekins who brought you the new— Oh, fucking Edgeworth, you did this yourself. That was totally on you for sending the guy away. Mr. Meekins. Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Damn, Edgeworth. You fucked yourself. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. We're gonna have to grill Meekins at some point, I bet. You don't mean him. According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on top of the report. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. Damn it, rude. You can't say that anymore. You can't say that in 2017. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that— now I'm giving Edgeworth fucking British. You could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then I— Yeah. No such luck this time, Worthy, or should I say, unworthy. I'm not useless, I'm Eustace. What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law, Oh, Mr. Wright? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list, so— What does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until the connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Wright over there. Good job, Wright, my boy. No. No! Calm down. Silly Billy. Right 0136. Hell yeah. Seems we've come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened, if it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well, court is adjourned. Damn. That was a crazy-ass trial. Yes. Now I get to save his ass again, apparently. I'm gonna take another pee break, so I'll be back. Okay, doke. Cool. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Thank you. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see, what is going on? Victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? Prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're gonna find out, or try to at least. Alright, let's do it. Bet she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. Sure. Also, yeah, I hope we're totally... He's gonna totally just have some roundabout way of thanking us after all this. Because you can't just say thank you. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. He's gonna throw a flaming lemon into our office, and then when you peel open the lemon, inside there's a note that says thank you. Alright. Wait, you can't see it in... Can you? Hold on. You can't see my thing if I'm clicked into something else. Interesting. My mouse suddenly appears. Anyway. Says my sister would never do such a thing, I know it! He's gonna frame us for a crime and then exonerate us, that just so he can pay us back. That'd be amazing. That's what the whole next game is about. The oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. It's not it at all, it's just, we're both professionals in what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well then, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Surely Phoenix couldn't be the culprit. Because he's a dumbass! Bang, bang, bang. Order, order! Well, that's all I needed. Not guilty. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? Situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But when the police have already done these tests... Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. I wasn't expecting this either, actually. Also, yeah, with Phoenix, I would have expected it to be like something the police would have done. But I guess it is. I guess with how incompetent and sketchy the police and the prosecution can be, she's got a point about not trusting anyone else, what anyone else says. Using bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of these things? Holy shit, they really stepped up the fucking mechanics in this part. I wonder if any of these mechanics actually show up in other games, or if it's like a one-off thing. I guess it depends on if Emma shows up. Excuse me. Test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. Not a performer ghost trick. Press the... you can press the ghost button or the trick button. Yeah, we're seeing in fucking game... in Virtual Boy, just like when in Ghost Trick, when we did Ghost Tricks. See your eyes shining behind those glasses. So, this is a bloodstain? It's so... I know you're shaking. Just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Yeah. Your options are ghost and trick. Honestly, I respect it so much for like... for that. Like, more games need to just be like, you have 2 mechanics. And we're gonna get really creative with it. And I feel like a lot of games try to just throw in a shit ton of mechanics, but they don't actually expand on them enough. I actually feel like Zelda never felt like it expanded on Toho. Yeah. Uh, move, shoot, bomb, focus. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Don't... Toho's one mechanic. Go to where the bullets aren't. Fuck. Anyway. Block and parry. Hell yeah. The game. That'd be fun. But I feel like Zelda doesn't do enough. Hong. Oh, fuck, you got me there. Like, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask have more complex sword controls than people give them credit for, but you never have to get good at them, so I just think most people don't even think about it. And I think it would have been neat if you had to be better about that. Scientific investigation and action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain, but doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. Thought about this is the amount of blood. Skyward Sword, yeah, but Skyward Sword sucks, so. They fucked it up because it was motion controls. The perpetrator, the Detective Goodman, fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. But also, Skyward Sword has a lot of problems beyond that, to be fair. I think Wind Waker and Twilight Princess did a better job, except the problem is that Wind Waker basically just kept making you use the whole, like, whatever they called it, I don't remember, where you, like, do a roll behind someone and hit them, or jump over them and hit them in the head, and that was, like, the only real thing it did that it required you to get good at. And in Twilight Princess, you could get different techniques, and they were really useful and helpful, but also they kind of just made arguably getting them all just makes the game way too easy because they're not required, and therefore a lot of enemies aren't ready. The Kingdom Hearts 2 triangle button, true. But I do like with the triangle, with that enemies have different things and timings that you have to learn. Like they're not all the same. So that is, in my opinion, interesting, and I don't really get when people complain about that personally. Especially when people call it a QTE because like it's taking place during gameplay, so it's fine. The problem with QTEs is that it'll be like a 5-minute long cutscene, and then halfway through, you have to press a button randomly or watch the whole cutscene over. Kingdom Hearts, we need reaction commands back. I agree. Reaction commands were good. They're part of what makes Kingdom Hearts 2 the best Kingdom Hearts game to play, gameplay-wise. They fought here. There'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. Saved up my allowance to buy that. How does just a random 16-year-old buy this? Can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Well, let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? As a child, she hasn't stabbed us in the leg yet. Yeah? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Ah, oh. They just weren't in 3. Like, I get it has a fucking overwhelming amount of follow-up attacks, but half of them suck ass. A lot of the new mechanics in 3 I just don't like. So it's kind of one of those things. Yeah, maybe it was easier in 2001. I don't know. It just seems like a thing you wouldn't just be able to get. Maybe, I don't know. What do I know? I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr! You only trust your own eyes, hmm? I do too. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Spells that guarantee what high-level spell you get is so useless, except in like, yeah, I don't like the way spells were, the spells were handled in that game either. Only a day old, hell yeah. It's only covered in a little bit of mold. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there, but I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry, you lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal when they face me. They coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies, you know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I can be your angel. I can be your angel or your devil. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. Before long they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go or fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... I had to ask about it, so... Budget cuts. Pop-Up Queen is a horrible nickname, man. I agree. Couldn't fund her food empire anymore. The SL9 incident is written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over, not yet. It's like DL6 all over again. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? No. I'm just gonna present everything. That looks like a petrified piece of provolone. Huh? It's not. It's my attorney's badge. I think a petrified piece of provolone would fetch more on the open market. My badge isn't up for sale. Not yet, at least. I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the cop-up queen. We found this ID card here in this parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's, but it's the same ID as the man who was killed in the police department. That's impossible. She could be so sure. Could have just took it, turned, and recycled it. You look, I'm going to go through everything and see what she has to say about everything. A body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in Edgeworth's car. I think he owes me his gratitude. Gratitude? Why, if I hadn't witnessed the crime, Mr. Edgeworth would have been the suspect. I wonder. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready? That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering a lot of things about this case. I already showed the note. Hmm. You think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room, but even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again, just like that time. That time. That might be what we needed to get her to talk more. There we go. That incident really opened my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago. It was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find the decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence, of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Marshall. Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Politics. With a K. Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There's another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell? There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie, what? Stars. Stars. It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch. I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood. Miss Starr? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you going out? I'm glad you like your biscuits. What do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He get along so well with my sister, it made me jealous, and he was nice to me too back then. Would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating in this investigation. We're putting the past to rest. Nothing more than that. I will help with the case if I get free steakums. Exactly. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. I'm sure it'll be still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. He's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. Guess we'll have to come back. February 23rd, Police Department entrance. It's even busier here than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense a detective did get killed here after all. It's in the evidence room, the scene of the crime, according to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is. It's like a kid in an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's get a look. Okay. Oops. Nope. Too bad you're still writhing around today. Give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel like he's going to do something naughty. He's going to kill somebody. Look, the patrolman is saluting that other guy. He must be a detective. You idiot, what were you thinking? Where's your head? Sir, it's right here, sir. Guess he wasn't saluting. He was showing the detective where his head was. They make a good pair. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have scientific proof, it's just a theory. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? Because when I was on a school trip, I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We had just been to the zoo, see? What about zebras? Or did they not have those at your zoo? A game theory. The detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine, right now behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. I always get excited when I come to a police station. Why is that? This feels like I've jumped into a movie, huh? You know, with all the police and criminals? Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. And the banner here is announcing the crime-fighting campaign. Nice slogan. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprint sets. I don't think it's that kind of campaign. What family wouldn't want to set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. It's true. The usual wanted posters are hanging up in the bulletin board here. Do you know this face if you do dial 911? You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looks like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. There's a point. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yeah, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. My head hurts. It makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yeah. I'm dead set on investigating, but don't mess up or we could wind up dead. That anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime. I guess this is a different evidence room. It seems that way. Oh, oh! What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly. It's so imposing. It's hard to think straight. Can't handle cacti stare to the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Yipes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one would be big enough. One big one would be sufficient. Cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Cased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction, just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. More an attitude thing than a physical similarity. Oh yeah? Is that... What makes those ones illegal? There's a security guard uniform hanging there. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. Leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? I know, a poochie. Wait. Maybe that wasn't it. Poncho, but I think I'll keep that information myself for the time being. I see. But why is it illegal? Just because they get big? Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's the light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. Probably. Look, on the floor, a lasso. I think it's set up to trap something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the last I missed. You have an active imagination. Kind of rare, and there was a problem with them getting harvested and sold in the black market. Interesting. Those places that have them are national parks and protected areas. Ah. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Thought it'd open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. The swinging door makes this place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch! Yeah, I'd say it'd be more of a yarg myself. Neat. Guess we can't do anything in here. This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please.
One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you.
Detective Gumshoe.
Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from the lunch lady.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence.
The criminal? You mean...
You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence soon, right, pal?
Yes, I remember.
It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
The Detective Gumshoe, who was it?
Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly.
Wait, don't leave.
You want to know more? Head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later.
You ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation's off to a running start. Still, I do feel better about things a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. What was that? So that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator against, sir. That's what I'd say. Oh, it's Meekins. He's the guy that they're framing for this. Establish a place with the vacuum Von Karma left? Maybe. Hi, greetings, sir. Wait, I know you. You're... Officer Meekins. Is your guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't. Is he... You... Officer Meekins, you didn't... Did you... That's true. Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? This is an unexpected turn of events. Sir, I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir. I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room is empty, sir. So, normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? And, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Meow! What the heck is this guy doing? So, what happened then? After that, sir, everything went right. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. Oh, you're out days? Might I ask what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. It's like Miss Sky. And another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those
sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as a perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim.
I wouldn't, but I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. It's gonna be a weird case, or it already is a weird case, but I feel like it's only getting weirder.
Ah, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that.
Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman?
Well, sir, if I had to label him as stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side.
Gave this guy all these flashbangs, but yeah, I don't know why he has that. So you didn't know him?
Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives.
So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any intention or any recollection of killing him, sir.
At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime?
Oh, you see, sir.
Don't you think you should just confess?
But sir, but there was nothing I could do.
Nothing you could do.
Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious.
The next thing you knew, you were, huh?
Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared.
What?
Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt?
The victim's body disappeared? That's some story.
I'm scared of knives, sir. That's it. Last night, sir. That's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dreams, sir, and I was being peeled.
Second thought, you don't have to take a look at the knife. At least he wasn't a lemon. He's never reacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Victim shoe.
Do you think you can take a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir. That's it. That's it.
That's what?
My head was blank until this very moment, but sir, now I remember. I remember, sir.
You mean to remember what happened?
Correct. That card was the cause of it all.
This ID card?
Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing.
Better pry into this one a little deeper. Tell me what it is you do remember.
Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looks
suspicious.
Sir, he entered the evidence room and he asked the man to show me his ID card.
That sounds pretty much by the book so far.
That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing. Suddenly, he pointed a knife at me.
What?
Sir, I assure you, I was as flush as you are now. So I whooped and leapt at him.
Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him?
Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir.
What happened then?
Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here.
Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, huh?
Let's look at what we know.
Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines.
Huh? But you still ended up here?
They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said.
But you don't remember the events clearly.
No, but the videotape is quite clear.
Huh? Videotape?
On the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's on tape.
And you waited until now to tell us this?
I'm sorry. Really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it.
No thanks. I have my own. Well, I guess we better go check out the crime scene. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. Leaves Chief Gantz.
And you're sure this is all, You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We check, air skips behind this computer monitor inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, do you? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir.
The detective looks a little flustered.
Aha, righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much?
Oh ho ho, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Is Edward gonna be okay?
Oh, worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy ever since last year.
You mean the incident with Gord Lake?
It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto?
Von Karma.
A legend he was, undefeated in his 40 years career.
Inquiry.
But in court you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What? I'm passing Edward a note asking if they like Lake Phoenix.
It's downright odd, I tell you, the detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean.
They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time.
What evidence is this?
Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive and I can't talk about it.
I'm expecting much anyway.
You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut.
He was the one you were picking on earlier.
Huh? You saw that? Whoops.
I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Guy can't sit still doesn't mean Detective Gumshoe. Either him or the Dancing Blue Badger. Spray him and watch him light up like a Christmas tree. That'd be pretty funny. I guess he's not gonna respond to anything. Not even the badge. Your nap, be back. Okie doke. Have a good nap. Yeah. What's wrong with the switchport? Sorry I had to see that. See over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. Oh, I see. Oh no. It's that bad. Oh, boy. They took away every last piece of garbage in the desk trash can. So, nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still there? Of course not, well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. Lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? I'm sorry that they're gonna fuck up the switchport so bad. Lost item. Did Detective Goodman do something? The date on it is February 21st. Isn't that the same as the notes we found? Thinking back to investigating the police department crime scene. That's fair. I would only get this switchport or something if I had like a good reason to. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go. I can't get into the evidence room. Oh, they were talking about something. The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. I can only get to the guard station. But I will try spraying here. Aha! Wait. No. Go back. You picked something up. There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right on these spines. I think that might be more painful than being murdered. Okay, well, we didn't get anything out of that. Yeah, that does sound painful. I really thought there'd be blood on like the door, maybe. Oh, okay. Could it be a red herring or also a thing where we need to find someone with a cactus spine in their head? Mayhaps. Actually, I was wondering if I can ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright would ask me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Stop staring at me like that. No, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow 50? I'd give $50. I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Oh, that's handy. Looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go to the evidence room now, sir. This place is a bad influence on the girl. Oh, fuck, I keep missing. Evidence room is beyond this door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha, aha. The card reader's turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my Bambina sky so gray? Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? What's with that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest, that's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with his hombres. Smell. Reminds me. Texas. I think that's what he said. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? Nah, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Starr. What's this? Huh? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see, I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? Honestly, one of the tougher parts of this case, hell yeah, has been how many areas there are that we have to run around in, and now we have extra stuff to use for interacting. And good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy, poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? Yeah. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. No need for people here, anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. In the security cameras? I don't take the machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? I do know. Hold on. Flashback to him blaring Old Town Road as he goes, absolutely. Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. It's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. Some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the day of our case. Right, the evidence transferals. Edward was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me machines don't do well. I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower of my steaks. You said broccoli before. Officer, arrest him. Easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. Nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. I mean, nobody did win enough money to send Jack to London. Yeah. Let him do it himself anyways. Yeah. You're not wrong. It's all coming together. You can't. This case is unwinnable if you haven't seen My Name Is Nobody. It's required viewing. They're gonna play the whole movie at the trial tomorrow. Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. The security guard, you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. Card reader leaves in a record of every ID card that passes through. Who got the lucky sevens? This is the ID card. You have to know what the moral of nobody's grandfather's story is to win. Exactly. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. If you get it wrong, it erases all your save data and you have to start the game from the very beginning. Sorry, Bambina. Can't show you more than that. Huh? Haven't heard whether this is related to the case or not. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Some way I can prove the record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but, could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? Keep all the evidence from solved cases in this room. Kept it here under presiding detective supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the County Sheriff's Department. What we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to be SL9 2 days ago. See, this is the victim's ID card. The one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Look, the fourth number, it's a perfect match. Used at 514, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So, when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. Wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing, suddenly he pointed a knife at me. He had his ID card then. Why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. Cool. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with ideas here. Okay. That last one has to be Meekins. I can go in, but should I? Because I definitely need to go talk to people. I guess I'll just go ahead and go in. Since we're here. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. This is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Oh, I'm sure. Eek! Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts in the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. She fucking killed him. Oh my god. Gumshoe's dead. Gumshoe died in a bonus possibly non-canon story. So she would play scant. Will loan anyone $50, even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you won't have this. The stabbing of a detective at the PD. I see. So Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day? That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're the boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
Using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. I'm a detective after all. They give me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open. I'll always believe Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right?
Trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today.
Let's see.
Guess it's what you call fate. Mr. Edward just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning and the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case.
This place is more high-tech than you think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it.
Using your ID card?
What's the thing, pal? ID cards can be lost. Why? I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
Sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
But you could, technically. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. Only locker we can open is our own.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handle, see?
The handles?
The side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it...
Zap, you get a shock.
That's what happened. My hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Interesting. Something sticking out of here. It's like a shirt. Guess it must be evidence for some case. Wonder if Detective Gumshoe put his in here.
There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, with that evidence locker was opened recently.
How do you know?
You leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detectives responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves his evidence hanging out a lot too.
But he doesn't...
Oops, sorry. It's Detective Gumshoe's voice. But he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either.
You gotta talk about behind someone's back. Don't do it right in front of him, pal.
Well, we're not talking about behind your back, obviously. This big pile of junk in the corner. Looks like a car door. A pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. Been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. So true. Sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry looking fishing pole that is.
Ah, that's my personal pole. Never did get around to using it.
Yeah, I feel like all of this is... This metal detector is just... I think it's just straight up the metal detector we used.
Right, pal. That's that metal detector. The one that led to the solving of the case out in Gourd Lake, remember?
Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this before.
Oh, that's a bug sweeper. Sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later.
That cheap looking box?
You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart.
Okay. Yeah, it was. I don't imagine most of these say anything interesting. Yeah. What's blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use testing fluid to check it out. I agree, but first. Look, this one's open and the red light red indicator light above the door is lit.
Locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective Goodman's locker. It's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it.
It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Makes sense. What is the saw and paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
Oh, he used that to make the fucking thing outside. True art. I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. Well,
you might say this is my studio.
Here, in the evidence room? Someone left a glove here, but only one. Is that your gumshoe, maybe?
There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective.
It's got SL911 on it, so it's from the case. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Hmm. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Gumshoe, perhaps?
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. It's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there?
Hmm. Whatever shape these pieces were before whatever it was broke. Oh no, do I have to do a puzzle and put it together? You want to try putting it back together?
Huh. Good luck, pal. It's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh no. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Oh wait. There you go. Hmm. Hmm. Nice. No. There we go. Okay. No? Cool. There's a piece missing. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it.
The piece is stolen? I bet they were missing.
Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I don't understand how it got broken. Hmm. Okay. Must have been what a massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. Not a professional. What's your opinion, Detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? Proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. I respect your opinion, Gumshoe. Thank you. But what if that actually is the case? What if he's right? Ah. Somebody wanted in here, perhaps. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This might be something significant. Let's see if we can set up. Some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Blue blood would make him either a horseshoe crab or a lawyer. Ooh. Or a tarantula. Oh, I didn't know tarantulas had blue blood. I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where did you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. I'd better jot this down on floor plans. God, we have a lot of evidence. Just take a look at this. This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Oh, I heard the rumors. Oh, well, I keep skipping stuff by accident. My enter key is more sensitive than I give it credit for. Whoa. What is it? This is pretty much 2 cases in one. I mean, you're right. That's part of why it's so long, I think, too. That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? Second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Good to know. Would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room at 4:40 p.m.? So that and then it took him approximately 30 minutes to get back. So that fits. Interesting. Okay, well, I feel like that's everything in here for now. I guess. I wonder whether they're here. Damn, I thought maybe it would be. Nope. Well, never mind. We probably have to do more in there then. The blue badger. Nope. Trying to see if he'll react to our new evidence. Doesn't seem like it. Hmm. And then I'm not sure what to do. Neither of the two people I can talk to right now are reacting to anything I have. Hmm. See. Nope. Hmm. Oh, fuck, I forgot. I needed to come here and show it to him. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? Sorry, sir. Wait. Really? Oh. Weird. Why he was there? I mean, I can't find Edgeworth is the problem. He's not in his office. He's in that meeting to determine if he's gonna get in trouble for what happened at the trial. Alright, I'm just gonna look up what I'm probably missing something obvious. Let's see where we're at. Figure out what the next thing I need to do is. Talk to Gumshoe. Examine the white item hanging on the locker. Examine the handprint. Examine the open locker. Rubber glove. Shards on the floor. Spray the area behind the yellow tape. Spray the handprint. Spray the locker with the white. Oh, do I need to spray the? Oh, I need to spray that. Just the regular handprint? Even though we already know it's there? Maybe I didn't do that. Hold on, that might be it. Seems a little weird, but hey. Whatever gets us to move forward. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter? What's the matter, detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours. Please, you have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Holy shit. Calm down. Okay. Did that unlock something now? I don't know. Fuck, now we have to check like everything. I don't know. what that would have done. But knowing this game, there's probably like a specific room we need to move to after we do everything. Let me check. I think in the Lotta thing you had to actually move to the side, so. Fucking. What am I missing now? Hold on. Now it says to go to Edgeworth. So I'm missing something else. But I shouldn't have been. I couldn't get into the evidence room until doing everything else. So what am I missing? I have to be missing something there. Oops. Examine everything. Yeah. I sprayed those 3 spots. Maybe I didn't do this and I just... Did I do this? I thought I did. Why would evidence turn up from that case turn up now? Guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left on that case. Maybe I didn't. Oh no, I didn't. Fuck me. I could have sworn I did, but I guess I showed it to someone else and mix it up. That was a bloody violent case. Violent, so it was a murder? A serial killing. Serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. That was 2 years ago? But Mr. Edgeworth, right in the spotlight, started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It's to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Hey pal, look at the time. Was there something you need to be going to? Or was there something you need to be going to? Just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna go give him my report for the day. It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Okay, now... I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say too. That was totally my fault. I'm just silly and... I could have sworn I totally could have sworn I showed him that, but I guess I've been showing it to other people. So I just got confused and thought I did it. True. What the fuck are you doing here? My guests, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. What the fuck is that guy here? Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. Is the hotel bringing him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this as not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed the evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Edgeworth has been dinged for this before. Yep. It kind of feels like they're looking for reasons to bag Edgeworth altogether. Ever since the DL9 or SL9 case. Well, I'm still the prosecuting attorney. However, something happened? They give control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Officer Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of, but still... I've never seen him this out of sorts. Let's see if he knows anything about the record. Oh, right, I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? Edgeworth, you went to the evidence room that day, didn't you? This was before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be evidence if it would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. I'm curious about this other case. Now there's 3 cases involved. Better make a note of it. Oh my god, this is fucking wacky. Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Okay. This is such a DS kind of situation. Also, just how, like, complicated this whole story is. I know, you probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. Ambitious. Very true, very true. They probably had a ton of room also because it was a GBA game being ported. They probably had tons of room to add on like a ton of new stuff, so they were like, fuck it, make it a super big case. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. You're talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the Deputy Chief of Police at the time. Damon Gant. I thought it said demon for a sec. But he might be a demon. He's kind of sussy so far. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer. It was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is, why was the Deputy Chief of Police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. It We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't... Of course not, I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? You were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminal testing fluid. Well then, you might like this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints? Been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. Damn. Edgeworth has very much changed, even though he's our enemy again this time around. He's a totally different guy. And I that's nice to see. Yeah, also very fancy. There were bloody fingerprints or bloody handprints. So maybe we can get fingerprints off of that? It's no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and those fingerprint files and for everyone involved. Thanks. I've been giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well. 3 factors. I feel like this game, in real life, I feel like there'd be a lot of factors, but considering this game, we have literally no reason to check anywhere else for fingerprints unless we just started dusting everything. And if I have to go dust everything, I'm going to be really annoyed. But if I have to dust the whole evidence room, that's fine because we actually saw handprints in there. But there's like... The only other place I could think would be the scene of the crime, but if there's fingerprints we have to find literally anywhere else, then I'm gonna get mad. Just because there's no reason I would think to do that. And I'm kind of worried because they keep giving us these items that you can use like literally anywhere and on any part of the screen, and it's kind of one of those things where it's like I'm kind of worried that there's going to be one part of the puzzle where there's going to be one puzzle that's like you basically have to either gotten lucky or sprayed everything to find this. Us not being able to get a couple fingerprints of a few certain people is also an interesting turn. Yeah. We already had a whole thing with fingerprints last time with Yanni Yogi. But, I mean, we got around that just fine. You seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint. Okay, yeah, no, I was right. I don't think this game's gonna do anything that lame, but it does. It's one of those things where, like, because it's a bonus thing, part of me is worried that there's gonna be a thing where it's like, well, we want to make it difficult, and therefore we should hide some of the clues in places you would never think to look because quote-unquote difficulty. I feel like a lot of games do that with, like, when they want to ramp up the difficulty. It's not uncommon to have, like, really weird or dumb things like that. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. There's 2 actually. Here in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. The secret weapon we just borrowed. Alright, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Every finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint, so let's choose the finger that we'll have left behind the clearest print. Probably the thumb. Can't really tell the difference. No, wait, it would have either been the thumb or the index, because would the thumb have left a print if it was like at the side like that? It would have left like a partial imprint. But I don't know if they thought of that. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Make sure that's done. As far as I'm concerned, the thumb is a finger. I don't want any of your semantics. It has a print on it. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With interest, see? Looks like that did the trick. When the powder adheres completely to the print, once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Oh no. With E. Oh, right. For a second, I thought I was on a fucking emulator, and I forgot I was playing the actual Steam version. And I was like, I hope the mic thing works properly. Koalas have prints identical to humans, so a koala could frame a human, is what you're telling me. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake, see? Looks like fun. It's already half. Wait, really? Holy shit. That's amazing. I knew I couldn't trust those motherfuckers. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. The basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. So better give it a try. Ah, you did it! You found one! But looks nothing like a fingerprint. I think it means we're out of luck. The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. That actually seems like a big deal, though. That's important. Also cause a couple crimes to just get weird. I believe it. They're evil little fuckers. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints. Looking at the locker door again closely. Oh fuck, I didn't even see that. Seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. See if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. Yeah, I kind of don't like this mechanic just because I feel like it's just like you probably had to like tap the screen a bunch in the original. There we go. Oh, I didn't get enough of it, I guess. There we go. Okay. It also is apparently very finicky. Yeah, print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's smash it up right away. Tap the screen? Yeah, on the DS. On a system with a mic. Yeah, you had to tap the screen and then you had to blow it with the mic. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. And point out the person you think left these prints, huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? Who's got that swirl in them? That one. Oh, it's Detective Gumshoes because it's his locker. Fuck. Well, that doesn't get us anywhere. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You give me that so what look? I guess it's probably because I was thinking so what? There hasn't been a qual crime, but there have been some close calls. Okay, allegedly. And I don't believe it. I bet you for every 10 people in jail, at least one of those was framed by a koala. I'm standing on this. The koalas built the pyramids. And they've infiltrated the US government. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. This makes me... This means that we're definitely not finishing this up at this next trial. There's no way they're going to introduce the fingerprinting thing and then we only use it once. Wait. If I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that this is... There's more to come. I don't think we're ending it at this next trial. Examine. Holy fuck. We're on page 3 now. Jeez Louise. How do I use it? For the luminol fluid reaction, right? Right. There's a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? Yep. Okay, let's check for the prints. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using the chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, I was trying to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Wait a minute. Can I? No? Wait. Am I seeing things, or is there another... Maybe not. Wait. There we go. Ah, we got one. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Not enough. I feel like the it's so finicky. But it's also such a DS kid pick spray tool thing. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. We already know what yours looks like. Not you. Oh, Jake. Mr. Marshall. Why are your fingerprints on this locker? Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. You son of a bitch. Yeah, exactly. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Dick Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh! So, we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. But why would Officer Marshall? Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. This is what you call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Is that the end of the day? Cool. I'm gonna make me some coffee on this pee break. This might be a long pee break. We might get 2 songs. I'm also gonna eat when I get back, probably. So I might put on a video. Depends on how much I can eat on the pee break. I will take my time though. I'm not gonna rush because we can just put on a video. Also, the coffee's probably gonna take a sec. So yeah, I will be back. I might put on something when we get back for a minute. Yeah. BRB. It's probably a long pee break because the coffee's gonna take a sec to heat up. So if you gotta go stretch, do something, now's a good time. Okay, okay. I am back with food and stuff. Let me pull up video. Watch while I eat. Let me switch to just chatting. Before I forget. Oop. And text. Uh, whatever. Food break. Whoop. Alrighty. I'm gonna put on the latest Did You Know Gaming. It's easy go-to, and also is about Pokemon stuff. Alright. Here we go.
We did it. We got our hands on a lost Pokemon game, and we're leaking it in today's video. Not only are you going to see it in action, we're also going to show how you can play it for yourself. Maybe leak is the wrong word. We actually got it legit from one of the developers.
Did we know?
Technically, it's more like we're dumping it, along with all the raw files and concept art. But first, we're going to cover the full history of every canceled game in the series. Pokemon Pink, Pokemon Picross, Pinball DS, enhanced editions of Fire Red and Leaf Green, and a couple more. We'll cover them all in chronological order, except the one we're dumping, because we want to save the best for last. A couple quick caveats before we get started though. First, not all these games were technically canceled. Every game had unique circumstances, but canceled is a close enough blanket term we're using for games that never made it to store shelves. Some were more like failed pitches at Nintendo,
Enhanced
while
Pokemon
others
Center.
were 100% finished but got locked away in a vault. Also, we're not going to cover Meowth's Party or Pikachu DS because they were just tech demos created to show off the capabilities of the GameCube and DS.
Oh my god.
And were never meant to become
Pikachu ate the
full
gum
game.
fruit.
We're not covering Pocket Monsters 64 either, since its supposed existence seems to be based on decades-old misunderstandings from fans who thought a full Pokemon RPG was in the works for N64, but in reality that game was just Pokemon Stadium. Okay, with all that said,
You get healed with
out of the way,
10%
let's start off
extra
by
HP.
dissecting Pokemon Pink, which it appears Game Freak planned to release alongside Pokemon Yellow in 1998. In other words, Pokemon Pink and Yellow would have been paired releases, just like Red and Green. Fans had no idea about Pink until April 2020, when source code for Blue and Yellow leaked on 4chan. There were all kinds of interesting finds in the code, like unused Pokemon sprites and audio files showing pretty much every Pokemon was intended to say its name.
I fucking hate that.
All those voices got cut, probably because they were cursed, so in the final game, the only Pokemon who talks is Pikachu.
Even Pikachu sounds terrible.
The source code also contained a couple references to a non-existent Pokemon game, like a header for, quote, Pocket Monsters Pink and Yellow. Notice how Pink comes first. There's another line that mentions Pink and Yellow packages. For comparison, here's what the equivalent code looks like in earlier games. Basically identical, except it says Red and Green packages. To explain packages in layman's terms, Red and Green are both built from the same source code, but which package identifier gets ticked determines which game you can play on a Game Boy cartridge. If the red package is ticked, the game boots up as Pokemon
I wonder if
Red.
this is how it
So
works
all
with
signs point to
later
Pink and
Pokemon
Yellow being
games.
another paired release, and in that regard, you could say Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee are their spiritual successors. We talked to the cutting room floor admin Huguette Hikari to explain technical details, and she said they experimented with changing
Neat.
the package from yellow to pink to see
So does
if
that
they
mean
could
you could
magically
just,
unlock a lost
if you
Pokemon game. Unfortunately,
have the
and
code, just
unsurprisingly, it
jump
didn't
into the
work,
code?
but it was worth a shot.
You can just change it to shoulder sword.
It appears Pokemon Pink was likely scrapped very early in development, since
SV was a big one. Interesting. Oh, what made SV so big?
Pokemon companies only mentioned Pokemon Pink in one interview, and we'll get to that in a minute, but without more info from them or Game Freak, it's impossible to say how Pink would have been different from Yellow. Presumably, the game and a lot of the sprites would have had a pink palette. Some fans believe Jigglypuff would have appeared on the game's box art, considering its prominent role in the anime, and that Pikachu and Jigglypuff were the only two Pokemon fighters in the original Super Smash Bros. Like maybe those two were chosen for Smash because at the time they were set to star in 2 upcoming Pokemon games. But the most popular theory is that Clefairy would have been the star.
I think Clefairy is more likely.
The Japanese version of the Game Boy camera had this frame of Pikachu and Clefairy together, which got removed from later international releases. But more importantly, because the
it would have been kind of funny if Jigglypuff had been like
the anime starred Clefairy and Trainer Red. Some fans speculate that while Pokemon Yellow uses elements from the anime, like a Pikachu partner, Team Rocket, Nurse Joy, or Officer Jenny, Pokemon Pink would have been more like the manga, and also maybe cater more to female fans, which was an explicit priority for the franchise at the time. After the leak dropped on 4chan, 4chaners
I legitimately did not know that Rest could actually do anything in Smash Bros. Until I got older and watched Smash tournaments and saw Hungrybox.
We did, however, find one instance where the words Pokemon Pink crossed the lips of company president Tsunekazu Ishihara. In a Japanese interview from 2000 we had translated, Ishihara and series creator Satoshi Tajiri explained Gen 1 and 2's development. We'll make the full translation publicly available, linked below if you want to read it. Regarding Pink, though, he says, quote, "We made red and green, then after that we made blue. Later we made yellow, and it might have been nice if the next games were called pink or purple, but if we did that, all we'd be doing is perpetually making extensions of the originals." In context, he's explaining why the next games were called Gold and Silver, so they could keep using colors while also signaling to customers that Gen 2 is more impressive than Gen 1. But Ishihara's sentiment that pink or purple might have just been perpetually making extensions of the originals might also apply to why Pink got cancelled, because there were already 4 versions of Gen 1, and a 5th version would have been overkill. Not just
don't make any more gens, just 20 years later,
to making Gen 2,
we just keep adding on to Gen 1.
2 years behind schedule, even without getting slowed down making Pink. Maybe we're reading too much into that quote, but regardless, that was indeed the situation. The most pessimistic view was voiced by Huguette Hikari, who said it's possible Pink was never anything at all, not even an idea. A lot of source code was copy-pasted to make Yellow, so maybe
you think we'll get another
just delete the words red and green and replace them with pink and yellow without much thought. If that's
really with another Gen 1 remake
fans have spent the last few years
in the next few years
about nothing. And somewhere out there, Ishihara's laughing his ass off at our expense. Hopefully not, though, and someday he'll reveal a big binder about Pink on Japanese TV, like he did a few years back with all those Copymon sprites. Next up is a game we can say with 100% certainty did exist because the full game leaked online 2 decades after it was cancelled. Playable from start to finish, even the credits.
I agree.
Pokemon Picross was a Game Boy Color
I actually want to play this.
First announced in Japanese magazines in 1999, which showed off screenshots and some original artwork. The game was developed by Jupiter Corporation, the same guys who made the Pokemon Pinball spin-offs, or at least the 2 pinball games that didn't get cancelled. More on that later. Jupiter created the
would be interested to see what they would do if they do Gen 5 stuff.
They released about 40 more Picross games up to the present day. They've crossed over with Mario and Zelda, and briefly with Pokemon in Picross NP Volume 1, a Super Famicom game only available via the Japanese Nintendo Power Service. But there was also a full Pokemon game that slipped through the cracks. Picross's gameplay is kinda hard to explain, and we don't want to bore you, so simply put, it's kinda like Minesweeper, or Sudoku with less math. If you're interested in learning, Pokemon Picross comes with a tutorial taught by Professor Oak, and after the leak, the community took it upon themselves to release an English fan translation. The game's got an original 23-piece soundtrack. That's what you're hearing now. In addition to Oak, it's got Pikachu, Misty, Team Rocket, locations all around Kanto, and lots of anime references. You can also get Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle as partner Pokemon, which change the border colors to green, red, and blue. Interestingly, you can also get Clefairy and Jigglypuff as partner Pokemon, which changes the border to pink or purple. Pink or purple? Anyway, it's a good little puzzle game and pretty addictive. In 2015, Jupiter released a different Pokemon Picross game for 3DS that got pretty good review scores. Unfortunately, it was digital only, so now it is impossible to download on your 3DS.
Get that one too.
Nintendo shut down the eShop in 2023. You can catch both games online, though, if you're up for sailing the high seas. Not that we condone piracy, of course. And now for something completely different. A pitch within Nintendo to develop upgraded Chinese editions of Fire Red and Leaf Green.
The
I don't wanna
IQ
get lost in the weeds
returns.
with the entire history of Nintendo in China, but long story short, in 2000, the Chinese government instituted a ban on consoles entering China because they thought addictive video games were melting the brains of Chinese youth. A couple years later, Nintendo managed to sidestep some of those laws by partnering with a Chinese national to found a new company called IQ. IQ went on to
Really?
produce Chinese versions of Nintendo consoles, including the Game Boy
Nice.
Advance, and localized some of their games for the Chinese market. In 2020, IQ was hacked and a lot of their records leaked online. Among all those documents was a PowerPoint presentation that IQ presented to Nintendo executives in 2004, outlining their plan to develop Chinese versions of Red and Green that would have implemented some remarkable upgrades. For the most part, these still would have been the same exact Fire Red and Leaf Green released around the world, collecting Pokemon, going town to town collecting badges, and so on, but with new features added, mostly focused on internet functionality. For example, the games would identify the player's location and change the in-game weather to match the real-life weather outside. Previous Pokemon games already had a day-night cycle based on real time, but this would have taken it to the next level. Specific Pokemon's locations around Kanto would have changed depending on real-life location as well. Details aren't spelled out in the document, but it sounds like a prototype of Pokemon Go in that respect, with players needing to go here and there to catch them all. Pokemon Centers would also be expanded, with only 30 Pokemon storable offline, but tons more stored online in Pokemon Center PCs, sorta like an early version of Pokemon Home. On the second floor of these expanded Pokemon Centers, fans could battle on the internet, and not just the kind of online battles later introduced in Gen 4, instead, gameplay would switch to a computer screen, and you'd use the GBA as a controller. Battles would use Pokemon Coliseum's code, so all Pokemon and environments would be fully 3D. There'd also be online distributions of special Pokemon and items, which wasn't a thing in Pokemon games till the DS era. But instead of Nintendo just giving you special Pokemon, you'd go to completely new parts of Kanto to hunt for them. So kinda like the Sevi Islands for catching Mew and Deoxys that were already special events in Fire Red and Leaf Green. But IQ said new areas would also get added gradually after launch. Needless to say, these enhanced ports would have been far ahead of their time, with features not seen in Pokemon games till years in the future, or in some cases still haven't been seen even today, almost 20 years later. There also would have been some other small tweaks like egg hatching variables, and of course the text would have all been Chinese. So why didn't Chinese Fire Red and Leaf Green get made? The leak doesn't say. But if we had to guess, the Pokemon Company didn't want to hand over the keys to their precious IP. We wanted to know for sure though. We didn't want to just guess. One of the guys who makes up Did You Know Gaming lives in China, so he went looking for former IQ developers to find the story. He couldn't nail down a concrete answer on this project specifically, and the devs didn't want their names on record, but they did share a story that shed light on how relations broke down between China and the Pokemon Company around that time. Long story short, Nintendo President Iwata, Pokemon Company President Ishihara, and some other execs flew out to IQ's headquarters. The execs ultimately decided too many Chinese people were pirating Nintendo games, so it just wasn't worth investing in the Chinese market anymore. IQ
Well,
only
rip
released a
China.
few more Nintendo games after that. Then lots more
You
that
don't
were
give us your
previously
your
planned
games, so we're gonna
ended up
pirate
being
them.
canned,
Okay, well you
including
pirated
the
them, so we're not
fully
giving them to you.
localization of Ruby and Sapphire. It's a shame those upgraded versions of Fire Red and Leaf Green never got made, but most of us can't speak Mandarin anyway, and even less have access to Chinese servers. So we
Classic
probably
Nintendo
couldn't have played
move.
them anyway. Pokemon Pinball for Game Boy was one of the earliest
sure
and
do.
most beloved spin-offs in the franchise, and its
Every time they
GBA
come up in
sequel got
something like
review
this,
scores on
it's
par
always
with the mainline series.
some weirder
But after that,
story.
the series just kinda died off. Unknown to the public, though, a playable demo for a third entry on Nintendo DS was developed in secret. The Pokemon Company said they were the best graphics they'd ever seen outside Japan, but sadly, the game was never finished. Fans first became aware of the project thanks to a leak in 2021, which included a spreadsheet saying Pokemon Pinball
Oh
DS
yeah,
was
that was
planned to
a
release around
fucking
the same
weird.
time as Diamond and Pearl, and that it was being developed by Fuse Games, the same team who made Mario Pinball Land and
Some of them
Metroid
seemed like
Prime
they
Pinball. No other information
could have
was
actually been
available,
fairly
so we
fun.
searched out the devs to learn more about it. Fuse shut down almost 15 years ago, but we managed to get in contact with their artist Matthew Nightingale, one of 9 guys who worked on Pokemon Pinball DS. He told us it would have been more of an adventure game, similar to their take on Metroid. He believed it was the quality of their Metroid adaptation that led Nintendo and the Pokemon Company to come visit Fuse's office in England and fund the development of a playable demo with 3 stages. To help you visualize Matthew's description of the game, we commissioned artwork for all 3 stages. The first stage was Sinnoh's countryside. The time spent playing on this table represented the amount of time it took to travel from one city to the next. Pokemon
I'd absolutely
appear
be
on the
down for
table as
more
you travel
Pokemon
down the
pinball,
route, like
stuff like
Diglett
this.
bumpers or Pikachu up a tree. You hit Pokemon with the Pokeball to stun it, then tap it with your finger to catch it. If you didn't click quick enough, it runs away. After enough time's gone by, the city gates open and you shoot the pinball inside to progress to the next table, the city stage. Catching Pokemon simpler and faster than the older games, so by the time you're through the countryside and the city, you've collected enough Pokemon to form a team. Then it's time to progress to the demo's final table, where you fight a gym leader. Out of all the Pokemon you've caught, you need to decide which ones to take into battle, ideally with type advantages like water versus fire. The gym stage is double-ended. On one end, you have your flippers with a Pokemon between them, and on the other end is the gym leader's Pokemon. You power up your attacks by hitting the ball to certain parts of the table. Then once you've charged up enough power, you fire your ball into a hole to make your Pokemon attack. The table only has one ball, so if you lose control of it, the gym leader can get a hold of it to charge his own attacks.
Versus
Also would have had
pinball seems like a pretty
multiplayer
fun
battles that played
time.
out just like gym battles. Matthew says the game also would have had an evolution mechanic, and probably would have come bundled with a rumble pack you plugged into the GBA slot. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company were really impressed with the demo, but for some reason they never greenlit the project for full production, so nothing got made beyond the playable demo. Matthew wasn't invited to that high-level meeting, but he suspects it came down to contract disputes. Pokemon pinball games didn't exactly print money like the core series does, so there wouldn't have been as much to go around for all parties involved. Fuse ended up going bankrupt in 2009.
Damn.
Partly because
Rip.
Pokemon Pinball didn't go to market. No one else from Fuse, including the former owners, were willing to share more details with us. As for where that demo is now, well, it's probably out there somewhere. We asked Matthew if it was lost to time after Fuse went out of business, but he said no. Nintendo paid for its development, so they must still have it in their possession. Leaks of early Pokemon
Yeah,
prototypes are becoming
probably.
more common these days, so who knows? Maybe someday it'll find its way online and we'll all get to play it. Next up is
Pokemon Gray, the game we didn't get. Alright, I'm gonna stop there. That's right. Eternity. Alrighty. Let's get back to it. Boop. Alright. Yeah, that. Yes, there's a part later in the video where they talk about people theorizing about Pokemon stars as well. Alright. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are, after all. The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. Yeah. I get why they dropped Z. Kinda makes sense. But it does kind of suck because they clearly had, like, stuff planned for that they just dropped. The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. A different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday, I was indisposed. Yeah. It feels like they keep having problems where they don't get to, like, finish a generation because they have to move on to the next. Scarlet and Violet was at some stage of development, jeez. They also talk about how there's a division of a Game Freak that's trying to, like, get something other than Pokemon popular enough that they can stop just doing Pokemon. Kind of made me feel bad for Game Freak. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. Poster of D-Max toxicity. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, weird. Hmm. Rococo Crocs? Oh no! We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? As Mr. Wright suspects, the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But, Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret. I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is a book in the library where Manaphy battles a quillfish with abnormally large spines. Did it which are a hint at overquill and where to find Manaphy and we're interesting. I guess one of the benefits of all these things being worked on at similar times is just, there's lots of hints to each other in them. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? What do we have to do, Mr. Wright?
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is...
I'm afraid you'll have to clarify.
Takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
But it's not physically possible, is it? What's more, the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car. Wow, that is one messed up. This is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. And that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. It's supposed to be an admirable trait. It's a ghost trick. It feels like some crazy shit that you would see in Ghost Trick.
Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
For the first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Oh boy. I agree, Phoenix. I agree. Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekin, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir.
So you're telling us you are a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You gotta believe me, sir.
Actually,
Sir, I am what you'd call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir.
Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir.
Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order.
Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir.
To be fair, he's a cop, and the cops are professional killers. Can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Guess not. Thinks anything good will happen anymore? I mean, I don't.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out, until another officer smacked me awake.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. You knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Here's more info to work with. Okay. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Thanks. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely the police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir.
That ugly thing. Are we gonna have to get that fingerprint on the Badger? I'll worry about that tomorrow.
I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh. So that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
Spot.
Okay, right. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right around my neck.
So then your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is. I found it. This is the one right here.
Would you please read us the number?
Yes, sir. It's 489-989596. That's my number, sir.
See, huh? But the number 4989596 is shown to be used twice. Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen.
So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir. A knife.
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? So the Blue Badger was in the room when the murder happened. That fucking blue bitch.
He did it.
Alright.
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
Not exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
Then I saw the blood trickling down my arm. I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Fought for my life. Then I did it.
Yes, go on. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it?
I know I don't really look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
Took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
Nice. I see. He must have been desperate.
Next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew, he punched me right in my face, sir. And I passed out.
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Right. I mean, you could have checked the time after you woke up. Ordered the report from the officer that woke up the witness. It was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Oh, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor, only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? Got a point.
Yes.
Yes, Officer Meekins?
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was,
This is the tape. VHS is in 2017? I think not.
Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
Chief delivered it? What is that, a videotape?
Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. Import government infrastructure is still Windows 90. Wait, really? Oh, well, never mind. Then it... Fuck me. Why? What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like the communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, you stop using the word murder, sir. It scares me.
They need to take time to shut down and update whole swaths of infrastructure, and that takes time. I guess that's fair. And money. True. True. Cheaper to be on old hardware, I guess. Video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Hate this. I feel like I'm playing Five Nights at Freddy's now. They really want to show off the capabilities of the DS now, don't they? Oh, just... Now this is a DS cutscene, it sure is. And they covered up the guy's face, how convenient. Meekins is one of 2 characters that have a 3D model in this game. Didn't really seem like Meekins was able to do much during that. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell is that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It is the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
I mean, I guess that's fair. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at this crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Alright, well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. It's where I have to start. Mystery Man. Okay. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter.
The latter, but you were standing right in front of him, weren't you not? More to the point, you were the person who fought him, aren't you?
Yes, sir, but I didn't get a good look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see.
It's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it.
I'm sure you would. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. He did have a knife pulled on him, yeah. True.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, you must label people as having not seen.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or...
Meekins.
Eek!
Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished the knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he tried. The man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir, and this too.
How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from people all in the know.
People in the know.
Workers in the department cafeteria, sir, they keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
The record. The open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. Meekins. Good thing Edgeworth could clarify. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face.
Sir, if I may say something, sir.
Please do, after all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, and it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Yes, because there has to be. There's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I mean, yeah, we obviously have to point it out. We can't just say that it has a contradiction. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. Point out a problem in the video. It's the first time I've ever had to do that. Set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching the video.
How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction? Oh. It's gotta be when he opens his locker, right? Wait. Hold on. No, I clicked out. Rewind. Hold on. I see it. The thing that's strange about the video... Wait. Use my eye drops, but I don't get it. Did I do it wrong? Did I click the wrong... Hold on, play it again. Wait, can you pause it? I wasn't paying attention to that part, actually. Yeah. Take me the fucking video. How do I pause? Backspace. Okay. There's lights on. It's got to be this. Officer Meekins?
Sir, do you mean me, sir?
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. You grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. The light turns on and the lock is released. Who is that a picture of inside of Gumshoe's locker? What the fuck? Is that like foreshadowing to another game? Does Gumshoe have a girlfriend?
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
So then something is seriously wrong with this picture. It was the DS version originally, which was past the trailer. Yeah, I know. I'm more interested as to who that character is and how that character is going to be related to Gumshoe later. That he would have a picture of her in his locker, or if it's like totally just like put this character in Gumshoe's locker for funsies, or if it actually means anything. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. There, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. It's already... We're gonna get litty in this bitch. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Why does he like makes like a rooster sound. It's fucking lit in here. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? Very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When the door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down, of course. I'm not an expert on this. It's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why was the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor, you say? There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. I can't see anything. Ah! I didn't notice that the first time we watched it. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh, fuck. It's all coming together. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open.
Shut the fuck up, Beacons. Can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? Sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Insert this pants grab. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir.
Shut up. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to have block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Well, it's a rubber glove, so... There just might have been something that fits the description.
But sir, an insulator? You don't mean...
I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was the insulator that was stuck in the locker door? Where's the glove at? Here it is. Found this in the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened the locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir. It would appear so, sir.
Neat. Order. Order. Order! So we are to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman. Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. Prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony.
There's one other thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, at the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. But one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using the room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination. Mystery Man 2. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Do you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panics.
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Confused. What? The problem with his ID card testimony is far too obvious. Not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got. Okay. No. Hold on. He forgot his own ID number? The 777 number is at 4:20 p.m. Nice. Hmm. Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards?
Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. Keep it here so I won't ever forget.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of the car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck instead of the door.
Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. I'm gonna try presenting. Blaze it, fuck yeah. This, maybe? Because he doesn't remember his ID number, which implies that he doesn't have his card, which I think hints at the fact that he lost his card. That's my guess. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. A very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Lost item report, it's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You'll believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order! Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are 2 grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in this evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of a murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't gonna end well. Well, it seems you finally realize exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth! The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So, next surprise person to just be Nemesis. I call the tyrant to the stand. SL16. Nemesis. It's like Pauly. He has like, it's like ... stars ... That's his full testimony. So, the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Yeah, I guess by completely eradicating the possibility of anyone dying there, we're kind of setting Lana back up. But We have to get through this whole double murder thing if we're going to get anywhere. The testimony is way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Makins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Right, you have to do something or else, Lana. Object, Phoenix, object! Object! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not, but I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. Convection! Like the oven, yeah. We're gonna make biscuits. The security video did not show the actual murder. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of this matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court order to examine this further. Other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Chuck Norris? Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, who do you have in mind? Oh, wrong voice. Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. Prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testified, what is his or her name? There he is. Chuck Norris was once called up to the stand, yeah. Afterwards, it was known as the sit. God damn it. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. Prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well, the court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you want? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Anna, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't ever recall asking for protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Uh-oh. Did someone say the door to darkness? Guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. To top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. Yeah, you better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay, so you brought what I asked. Oh. You mean this right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files. I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident. But Lana, that's... Thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. Can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were a witness in that case. This guy was a witness? Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago. The rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No, no, Lana. That's over with. No! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. Joe Dirt? Joe Dirt 2? Is that what this is all setting up for Joe Dirt 2? Can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Better take a good look at this file. Will do. Trial Part 2. Holy fuck, we're still going. They weren't kidding about this being a long episode. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally hoping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman! As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. 2 trial? Well, this is the second trial. Or do you mean we're gonna solve it today and then we're gonna have to do a different trial for something else? Mayhaps. Howling wind. I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. No, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. On the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Trial reach. Like we solve this, and then we get an extra day to wrap up SL9. Yeah, maybe. Who will see? It's the statute of limitations is far from over on that, so that could be possible. All right, testimony time. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day. That in my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. Just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Cool, so you were neglecting your duties. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you'll see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks and evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? It's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Wait, didn't he say he was gone? Hold on. But we have his fingerprints, you little shit. I don't believe you. I didn't catch that during the first read-through. What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat the parlor's Vangoli sepia pasta.
Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. Angel's usually Edward says, did you not want to raise this year? I got your fucking fingerprints right here, bitch. Alright, day 2 is going by pretty fast, at least. Now, I feel like the nice thing about this second day is that I actually, like, know kind of what's going on now. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. Yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. Quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene, or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seems to me, there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. Alright. I'm gonna press him. Not sure where to go yet with this, but I know he's fucking with me. Because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's not true. Oh, that one is his. Oh, I see. I thought I forgot we were talking about that one. I thought we were talking about the gumshoes for a sec. It's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. See, it's strange my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data they removed from that locker's programming. I must have used the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Been using the fingerprint lock. Past the fallen angel through the crumbling arches. Look for the biggest cross. What is that from? Don't forget to pay your respects. So then, what about the bloody handprint? It wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints, it just so happened. Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Oh, okay. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. You one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Bloodstain and the fingerprint are related. Oh. I see. Unrelated? I will definitely forget by the time we get to whatever you're referencing. It's different as night and day, kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike, they are totally different. Let's see what homonyms have to do with this. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, though thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. And a Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. The only logical conclusion. You starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. Only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. As long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going to with this cross-examination. I'm just gonna press the next thing. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, right? Isn't that right, partner? If so, oops. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. Camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. Someone was familiar with the camera's position. They could leave the room without being caught on tape. And this guy is in charge of watching the security camera, so he would know where that camera was. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. Or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Okay. I love how it's perfect. It's always perfectly there to wait, hold on, whoa, hold on, wait, hold on. Pause. The thing's not in there anymore. Oh, I have to... Oh, shit. I have to click it when it is there. Oops. My bad. Thought I would have to click it when it wasn't there. Fuck, I gotta scroll all the way over to it again. Mm-hmm. Alright. So it's there when he leaves. So we gotta wait. Bam. Alright. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. That is 8 words. Exactly 8 words, not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. I'm glad I noticed that because I was like staring at his locker, and then when the camera started over, I was just kind of blankly staring at it. And then I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? I never noticed, even though we watched this like 5 times now, I never noticed that it wasn't, this thing wasn't hanging out. Locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone! What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's a good thing you suck at electronics. Not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy's just playing dumb, he really doesn't know. Hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open this particular locker. Oh yeah, I call your bluff. Say open that locker and I'll prove it. I think this. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? See that jerky? Only got one word for you, partner. No! Nice. Order, order, order! Witness, explain yourself! This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole! Please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? It's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. You can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. And Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. That's so then, where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. He was this guy. Hey V. We're already past Meekins, I'm sorry. I don't know if he's going to show up anymore. Officer Marshall was standing right here. Well, I mean, he's still relevant to the case. I just don't think he's going to do a lot of talking. Then again, I don't know. We still have another day, probably. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Oh, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card. Sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly put a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple, he couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? Got quite an imagination, partner. Got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence. He's still denying it. Gotta do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Of course, we don't, but also of course we do. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. So obvious he's the one. What can I do? Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. Didn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime, yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. Maybe it's the maybe he took off the outfit and threw it in there real fast. That's what I think. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is that piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to our answered questions. I don't have any evidence. This video is my only shot. Okay, there's got to be a point in the video where there would be some reason for him to take it off, I guess. Okay. Please show us, yada yada. Okay, so he comes in and he's dressed up. And he's wearing a white outfit. That's fine. It's not the white glove because we found the white glove with the evidence at the scene. Meekins comes in, ready to kill. Slashes, yada yada. Oh, is that it? Is it because he's got blood on it? So he couldn't he couldn't leave with blood on it. So his disguise was ruined. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. Officer Meekins, I think you just saved the day. When asked you to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat! You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. Hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have had to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. Alright. Seems the time's come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. Still the detective. I tried to go back because I was going to start pressing everything and I forgot we haven't even heard it yet. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor in the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. I'm objecting to his existence, yeah. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Maybe his hand was really swollen. Alright, everything. Fuck you. Something's gotta fall apart. You're being too honest, which means that there's gotta be something weird in here that I'm not seeing yet. When you say it, you mean... You even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years ago, 2 years had passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why. Okay. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal. I'd be arrested for stealing evidence. Wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. That really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I'm kind of glad that now that he's caught, he's just straight up saying like, "Yep, I did that stuff. I did bad. Here's what happened, though. I made a walkie-walkie." Oh, he returned the card. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated the lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open the locker yourself. They could have been annoying with these, but it's nice how straightforward. Yeah, I wonder if part of it's because of how long this case is. They want to be... Some of the previous cases have definitely had bits where it felt like people were being annoying, kind of annoying just for the sake, like certain bits were just kind of a little contrived, I guess. Especially with the DL6 incident, there were some bits where it was like, I feel like I shouldn't even have to like prove this. I feel like this should just be common sense, but that's probably partly because that was the first game though, and they wanted to make it harder, so they had to have certain they had to have extra roadblocks. But this is after they've made multiple games, so they got a little better, I guess. It means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. He pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. Didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. 5 minutes, you say? I wonder if that's going to tie up with the lunch lady's 5 minutes. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little bit more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked the officer out. You knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. Yep. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I mean, it's almost like criminals should take their fucking knives with them when they leave a crime scene, instead of leaving the weapon behind. Granted, I'm sure that there's going to be some reason why the knife was left in Goodman. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape was erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in the struggle with Officer Meekins. Someone was in the security room when I came out. The jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, but the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. You blind? The victim showed up on the tape as me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So, you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. So Goodman did actually stole it. But why? Or he took it out. Because he's allowed in there. It's his stuff. So he didn't steal it. But why would he take it out? What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? By the way, partner, it's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. So true. You tell him, Phoenix. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Can't just forget about this SL9 incident. You know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. Remember the Joe Dark case? It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. But I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. So we gotta present on that last thing. Don't we have a... Wait, do we have a thing on the SL9 incident? Oh yeah, we have a huge thing. Holy... Yeah, I forgot. Incident number SL9. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Victims: Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. Well, that's why he's so obsessed. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana Sky, Emma Sky. And executive investigators Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Head investigators Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Star. So I can see the badge as our first item one day. Okay, it's got to be that on page 2. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received that same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? Must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. Right, he was killed. The case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, and then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. This guy just looks like a serial killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. Damn. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What did you say? What do you mean? I skipped it. I didn't read it. I'm not gonna lie. My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. More my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. It was the last day of the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. It's still gotta be tied together somehow, right? Chance, it's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murderer in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means Only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. Wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial? Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. You have a response? Make it a single word or less. Well, we gotta have some response, right? I rest my case. Good one, Phoenix. You really showed him. Seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. It's proving the alleged murder at the police department. No doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder in the security camera tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant. Oh. Your Honor, wait. Oh, wait. Emma hasn't been here all day. I forgot. The defense has an objection. A scientific objection, right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking for is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. As she mentioned it, the names of both Skye sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I didn't even catch that. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day, I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker, but no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue, so I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. We can't find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? There's gotta be. What the fuck is it? The handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. I've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. Well, this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is... Oh, hey. What's up, Biblioteca? Thanks for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Oop. Ultimate Chicken Horse. Don't know what that is, but I hope it was fun. And I hope you had a good stream. And thanks for dropping by. We're playing Ace Attorney. I think he's talking about the Blue Badger, but Because wasn't the blue badger in front of Gumshoe's locker? So how would there be a blood print there? It would have been on the blue badger, but there's just like a regular handprint on the blue badger. I don't think you can think, so fuck it. I don't think we've actually taken any hits yet, or if we have, we've only taken one, so I'm just gonna go for it. Play it safe and bring it in for questioning. I agree. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot for the police force, defender of truth, guardian, defender of justice, guardian of, what do you say? I don't know. I think I mixed it up. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plan to the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, what? Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Okay. I read it weird, and then it frazzled my brain. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours brain. That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint in this spot on the locker. What? What in tarnation? That means... just exactly what does it mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma. On that afternoon. I know. Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? And he hurt his hand. If he put it down, it would have been impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. That must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Huh. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. Problem is, the other time... So true. Send out Surfetched. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown in this tape. It had to have been... Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. To accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. It's gotta be the records, right? Because that's the only thing that proves when anyone would have come in or out. But he only came in the one time. Oh, wait, but... Was that him at 420? Was he using someone else's card? Maybe? I mean, this is the only thing we have that shows the time stamp on it, so... Crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it, and in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. The crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. 4:40 p.m. Man Ray, Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? Never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. Means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carrying his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Look at this chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 77, etc. Oh, got a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How can Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77, repeating. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID is 7, repeating. That's 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7, repeating, belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. I wonder if it's the fucking police chief. The sussy-ass police chief. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. That's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted authority. An official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge. Oh, lack, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries, that's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask you a question. Yes. No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little Excuse me. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number and it's not 7 repeating. Don't blame me for a fool. Pardon, that's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't! I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes required drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But, Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. Oh, God damn. Was the forged evidence... Did his brother purposefully get himself killed to get this guy put away? Is that what they mean? Is that the real forged evidence? Because if so, that's fucking crazy. See, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, that was shift, not enter. No. No! Oh, that too, maybe. Oh. Chaos in the court would have had to wait until the following day, blah, blah. One more day. Which means I gotta go do some more investigating. But tomorrow's the final day, so we're almost there. Hooey. Alright, another pee break. Let me pick a song. Play. Okay, I'll do this one. Alright, yeah, be right back. Alright, I'm back. But I'm gonna do some leg stretches real quick. This is my reminder to you guys. If you've been sitting a long time, do some stretches. Walk around a little bit. Thank you. Okay. I'm coming back. Alrighty. See if we can wrap this up in the next 3 hours. Not, we'll finish it Thursday. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. The JRPG episode. Seriously. This is basically the visual novel equivalent of me getting stuck on a final boss. Also, sometimes when I walk away to do P-breaks, I like turn my wireless headphones on so I can hear the music so I know when it's about to end. But sometimes I forget that I did that, and then I'll talk to the microphone and I'll jump scare myself. Because I'll just suddenly like hear myself talking louder than the music was. Anyway. Lesser crimes require drastic measures. That's just how it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I'm also not used to hearing myself talk like I used to be. Back when I did ASMR. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly, that's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? Oh, there in the file, Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. I mean, it's in the files, Phoenix, but also, goddamn, that sucks. She was just a 14-year-old girl that had to watch some guy get murdered trying to save her. And now it's all getting dragged back up. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. What was her canon event? Oh no. And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Oh, this is her canon event. So true.
Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him.
Then, what happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture.
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? What, you mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He could have known he was being given he couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when this all started. Rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
I like that we're actually like tying this back to like actual stuff that was established in the game prior to the bonus episode. It makes it feel less disconnected. That's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today.
Must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma, you've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I'm finally starting to understand what makes him a tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor.
Oh, there's no mystery there.
Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But
Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? Oh, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What?
It's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Well, we know where to go. I love when they tell me where to go. It makes things so much easier for me.
Lana.
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Huh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. Now the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Did you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. The trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the matter of the fact is at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. I mean, it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with the knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gaunt cracked together. Chief Gaunt? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked in the crime scenes. Damon Gaunt. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask more about the investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gaunt. Damon Gaunt, right? It's Deputy Chief Gaunt and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gaunt and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gaunt and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gaunt and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. Appears so. I was filing some papers while Gaunt and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall and the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gaunt and I shared. The office that Mr. Gaunt now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. Instead of the final SL9 murder. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Okay, so this isn't where we're supposed to go. We gotta go to the other place here. Out of Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should have known. I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say where you headed. Just over to the say where you headed. Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Rip to the cactus. Wait, how did the cactus dry up that fast? Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? There was a case I needed to know the truth about. It was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? And the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright, but in the initial autopsy report a question was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. The facts have been concealed with forged evidence. That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Sir Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... Right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have already gone by. Tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? They did something to him too? The commissioners would get suspicious. Nah, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? What are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant. I keep saying one or the other. I just second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? I keep accidentally saying Phoenix's lines in Marshall's voice. Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. On a secret, it all started 2 years ago. There you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy, partner? It was certainly enlightening. The one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified information to get a guilty verdict. Someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone was Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Oh, there we go. Oh. Here? Oh, it's here today, not even a star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find the answers by tomorrow. Hmm. How do I get... We need to go find the chief, but how do I get there? This is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. This must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision what to do about Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention her statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to look around Chief Gaunt's office. Use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we're a police officer or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Fuck yeah. I'm not gonna follow the rules. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Excuse me. Why does he have a fucking evil Ganondorf organ in his fucking office? What is a man but a miserable pile of evidence? Whoa, where am I? The chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. Who the fuck takes organ lessons in kindergarten? They used to call me Little Miss Bot. Oh, I skipped it. Okay, well, she played it, so cool. That's definitely not going to alert everyone to... I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two! He got. He put that paper he was reading on his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. This is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. That vase is in the background. I don't know if we're going to be able to do a whole lot while he's here. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office... It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? Way too red. That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend to. A little pushy, aren't you? Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gaunt denied our request to search the crime scene. Means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Hmm. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. I'm sitting too long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Oh my god, poor Gumshoe. Looks like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle between you two in court. Sounds serious. Gumshoes. He's got gum on his shoes. Because of what my sister said? Basically what it all boils down to, that falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Like the Pokemon, yeah, exactly. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Alana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Anything what Edgeworth said to Emma seemed to be an omen. No loose ends, yeah. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Oh, those some policemen. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to the joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm not careful about... Careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. I was genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, what did you find? Did you find anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack, you mean? When he killed Prosecutor Marshall. He was trying to protect some girl. Me. Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written here, somewhere in here, okay? His recollection never failed to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Sure. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached. Oh, it has a tag attached to it with a label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Oh, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Alright. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. Instantly just fumbles the knife into Gumshoe. Uh-oh. Unlock the 6th chapter. Where Phoenix is on the stand for stabbing Gumshoe. An animal? Killed, kid walked by... I actually skipped. He killed somebody. Kid walked by, jogger came up to the scene, killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Okay, it was skipping on its own. I couldn't do anything about it, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it, it happens all the time. Seems he was a pretty careless criminal. Of course, this is all conjecture. Wasn't a single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. Trace it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it in the murder anyone did, right? Where his luck ran out. Take a good look at the knife, you'll see that it's broken. You have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? Victim Neil Marshall was carrying it inside his own body. Found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Stark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. It's pretty conclusive. Hmm. Something was forged. Or falsified. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gaunt. It's not money. It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. Chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What, really? And where does that thing we were given like 3 hours fit into this? Which thing? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put it, I'd be canned. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you, the thing. My badge? The lobotomizer? Great question. Blue with the tag on it? Oh. I don't know. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. The more either the data was deleted the day he died. Oh. In other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting in there. I wonder if there's something we can show him that would make him change his mind. Hmm. What is the AI case? Like Ito. I got no idea. Okay. Well, he doesn't know nothing about this. Hmm. Uh-huh. Cool. Can I take out his batteries? Okay, we can't check that handprint on him. Because I don't have a way to actively choose to, like, handprint stuff. I have to investigate it first. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? Emma's gonna kill the Blue Badger herself. She was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Here, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. The bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. I go for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. Only half as long as most lists. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seemed strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day that Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh, right. Oh yeah, Chief Gaunt asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. Is the AI case the case where... Is that... That's the case that we were talking about. Or... No, wait, no. It'd be a different case. Right? Wait. No. The DL9 case is this case. Could it be mislabeled? I mean, maybe. I don't think we have enough info still. We heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Like, if Gaunt changed it to make sure Edward would know what it was, maybe. I don't think presenting that to him will do anything. Let's just start showing him everything we have. Yeah, he's not gonna do that. Oops, didn't mean to look at it. Why is she standing behind a suit of armor? Just noticed that. Anyway. This picture was hanging on the wall of Chief Gaunt's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutor trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes. The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding is a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. It had a sword on it. It was still broken, but... There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. That do open your thing? Yes. Pokemon Sword and Shield. Oh my fucking god, they called it all the way back in 2000, whenever the DS version came out. 2006, probably. Check. Phoenix Wright Peace Attorney. The DS version came out in 2005. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. That makes sense. That's kind of cool, actually. That is one of the things, even though I think Japanese kanji, and especially like Chinese, where it's like there's only the kanji, or the characters. I don't know if they call them kanji, actually. There's only the characters, and there's no like hiragana, katakana type thing. It seems like it's fucking annoying to learn and kind of dumb, honestly, but it makes for some really cool stuff like that. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it? Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Nice. Good one. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. I need to go catch up on Kingdom. I'm probably like a good 30 chapters behind on that. Anyway, Kingdom is about the warring states period in China. Pikachu? Pokemon Sword and Shield? Confirmed? One day he presented the king with two items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, why did... Okay, I don't even... Why did you object to that, you fucking nerd? Yeah, you're such a dork. Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of those items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so, they symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with this merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? Kind of reminds me of the Treasures of Ruin, and might be based on a similar thing. I always like when stories pull from like stuff like old tales, because sometimes they'll pull from something you're not familiar with, and you kind of get like a new little bit of folklore that you've never heard before. One of the four was a powerful gift given to an ancient king. Oh, interesting. You have to ask Chief Gaunt. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gaunt. Interesting. A set of beads, writing tablets, a sword, and a bowl. Interesting. But they were cursed to bring ruin to whoever owned them. Well, what a fucker. Hold on. I just remembered something. That's it. Wonder what he was writing down there. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there.
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. Eventually, after getting lost, they developed into Pokemon. That's kind of cool. I like that. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window out there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what the girl's doing crawling around my feet. Didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Oh my god! Edgeworth is resigning? Holy fuck. Wait, but who's gonna be my sexy opposite in the other games? You can't resign. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done, and no one else should forgive me either.
What I've done...
Interesting. I'd be curious to look into, like, if somebody's gone into detail about if it what they're based on, if they are based on something. Oh, I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation, I wonder if I could use it for anything. Why? Okay. I just wanted to know what that piece of paper he was writing when we walked in was. Okay, something new here. Possible Pokemon has had wilder shots in past games. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure somebody has looked into it. And I'm sure they're based on something. They could be based on multiple things, to be fair, but still. It's kind of fun to see what, like, stuff like that's inspired by. Excuse me. Oh, hey, it's you. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star. Guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Actually, I just read that. Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Fair. Yummy. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. It can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. The roast beef, passing the milk. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Someone say roast beef? We did. Though there is a Mexican tradition about that. What? Drinking straight from the cow? Or the roast beef part. It stars hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. At a party, wake up real early and make special hot chocolate with fresh milk. Usually alcoholic. I see. Interesting. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. It's an interesting tradition. I've never heard that one before, actually. But I support hot chocolate, so... Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. I mean, because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? On the sky. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gaunt. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I have proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears, huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. Who's being used? Found it? Nice. Oops, sorry. El Pajarete. Someone who did this a few years ago. Nice. There's a party in a barn early in the mornings when the cows are being milked. It is also the name of the drink that they make out of the fresh cow's milk liquor. Chocolate, sugar, and instant coffee. Interesting. Damon Gaunt and Lana Skye. Gaunt led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gaunt's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I guess she's still talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gaunt's powerful influence. Chief. That's right, having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? He could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. And that must have been his goal all along. Holy shit, this runs deep. God damn. I don't know. but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude that there must have been a reason for her change. Alas, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thinking of a star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. Hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay, now where do we go? It would do something if it was new. Okay, cool. February 21st, police station. Yep. Oh, you're back! I can't even do his voice anymore. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ! You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. The office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to look in there. Gonna be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Let's start presenting new things. Edgeworth is resigning. You gotta do it. You like Edgeworth, right? You guys are boyfriends. You're my husband's boyfriend. You care about him, right? It's this crumpled up piece of paper. Actually, I do turntable on weekends, but only for weddings. Gumshoe is actually like really good at freestyling too, and doing 6 scratches on records. I guess DJ it was what it is. He's a sick DJ. Like the kind of shit you'd see back in the 70s. Or whenever. I actually don't know when DJing got big. I don't know why I said 70s. I just said it. I just said a time that was a long time ago. No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Scratch, scratch. Here we go. He's the leader of the bunch. You know him well. God damn it. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know he's different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. Let's shake up my game of subs. That's right. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. You can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? Still, at least let me do this for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Holy shit. Instead of it's kind of more fucked up that all our friends might be quitting / getting fired than a lot of the other stuff going on. All right, detective, thank you. All right, let's go. Here goes Mr. Wright. Alright, time to fight Ganon. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. That happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah! She hit him again. Oh my god, he's dead. You killed him. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? He's surprisingly sneaky for like such a big dude. I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Hey, don't do that to my card. Nice. Hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana, on that day 2 years ago. Anyone using it now? Detective's ID card crushed and rendered unusable. Something. Yeah. I didn't even realize that we like it did that text. And I just assumed we gave it back to him until he like said something. No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gaunt's office now. Practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. Told us so himself at the New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
See. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gaunt. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining, unless...
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think...
Nah, you wouldn't be.
No. There's no way.
Never mind, don't worry about it. Okay, now then let's take a look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gaunt might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
I think he's a suspect.
What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Sorry. Anyway, let's look at a safe. This is safe, isn't it?
Safe. The word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 1128.
You know what this is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's...
A better idea. Here goes nothing. Polly's safe. Oh. I'll try it. Oh, no, it's more letters than that. 1228. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seven-digit number. I think that was just in case people hadn't used the safe before. Seven. Is that it? Because I was thinking that was his number. Hold on. If it is his number, it would make... And yeah, that's what I was thinking. So it would... And this is a code people wouldn't know that to associate with him because he's so high up.
Hey!
Let's go.
Bingo.
What number did you enter? I mean, that could have worked eventually, yeah. It would have taken forever. If I were emulating this, I easily could have brute forced it, but that would have taken so long. If I'd wanted to. What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777. The final ID card number on the record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 777777777? That ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy of this. Oh, I didn't even realize. I'm not gonna count how many 7s everyone says. What do you think this is? Fucking Homestuck? Jesus. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gaunt's ID number. Hey, anyone care to look inside? I will. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's it's the final piece of the fucking thing. Ah! I shot from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? Something else in here too. Handprints. What's this? It's like a piece of leather cloth, but whose fingers are on it? Handprint, isn't it? Yeah, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. Think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that there was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with the case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. I have to prove their relevancy. Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Well, I know how to prove that the thing is... Where's the thing at there? Leather Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Respect our authority. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards from the SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Let me take a look at shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some clue. Proof Chief Gaunt was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Just that easy. There's blood on it. There. If it's like a charm, that of course means Chief Gaunt willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Place, woo, just barely. Yeah, I know. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line, that's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gaunt hide this in his safe? Shoot. I know what that is. You want to take some fingerprints? It's a great idea, detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth that we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? Check for prints. Alright, I'm gonna have to... then once we've absorbed the prints, alright, let's go. Which one is this? It's either this one or that one, but I'm gonna go for this one. It's easier to just cover the whole thing up. Got it. Whose fingerprint is this? No. 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 It's Emma's. Why is Emma's bloody fingerprint on here? Now, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints are they? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Just tell her. Come on. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst, hey, over here. Did Emma smash dark over the head with it, and that's why her prints are on it. Or maybe she accidentally hit Marshall, and that's the reason that he ended up dying. One of the two. That's what comes to mind for me. Which, if that the second part is the case, then I'm impressed. Just I think she probably touched his shirt when he tried to kill her. Oh, maybe. Or take her hostage. But why would his shirt have blood on him? He didn't have any blood on him when he tried to kill her. He didn't have blood. In fact, there wouldn't have been any blood on anyone except for Marshall. Sorry. What's going on here? What are the kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Just keep this information from Emma for now. Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. The cloth is maybe a handprint that was on Dark. Oh, maybe. But I'm sorry, I got the things mixed up, sorry. I forgot that we weren't getting handprints from the safe. Yeah, I don't know. What is this, and why does it have Emma's fingerprints on it? Now I'm okay, well in that case, I have no idea what the fuck's going on. Let's examine stuff, I guess. It's the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it, I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, careful what you say. Who knows, the chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Wow, look at the size of the Chief God's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. Put that paper he was reading on his desk. And Phoenix very clearly pointed it out, so I figured it was important. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? Said I wonder what? No. No. About evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists runs twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It appears so. Fuck yeah. Well, was that any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. No, that's not very... Well, I can't even remember his voice. No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Why can't I remember his voice? I made him, like, kind of British. Chief Gaunt! We didn't think you'd be back... We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. And I was walking to my meeting. I happened to look out at a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir, sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. Sir. Oh, fuck. Now get out. Yes, sir. Oof. I feel really bad now. Wait, you're the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. I am not leaving a 16-year-old child alone with you, you fucking freak. Do not the child.
La seconde boulangerie du jour réserve-t-elle à notre jury?
Nice.
La réponse?
I'd like a word with you. But sir, you with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright? Did we leave? Why did we leave? Why would we leave? Why would we leave her there? What the fuck, Phoenix? Oh my god. Okay. Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits, but no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this... I've seen the evidence Chief Gaunt was hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture, but why is she kept sincerely silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. That I heard from Emma. The police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Oh, great. He's gonna... And now he's got a chance to fucking cut off his last loose end. And he's gonna come in and see that we were fucking with a safe, so... I see, so the chief asked Emma to come over in for questioning. So he's thinking about it. Tomorrow is the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I told you that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. He did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. It's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion, a certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is the person you're speaking of? The one who I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I think she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective, assuming he is respectable. Then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Well, you don't like the muffler? Both you and Edgeworth, like in the group photo, the red, completely different, is it? It is a different shade of red. But I don't... We'll see, I guess. I will keep that in mind. I would never have noticed that. Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did, specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gaunt's name was never mentioned? Chief Gaunt? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gaunt. If you intend to accuse Chief Gaunt, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gaunt falsified evidence in that case. Do we have the list? We do. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. Oh, actually we found it on his desk. Oh, that. This tar piece, this cloth. You know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gaunt himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised, I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. So, she did kill Goodman, as far as we can tell so far at least. And she did it probably to save Emma. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. God damn, I feel really bad for Lana now. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes. You were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman, correct? Okay, right, I forgot that we already proved that he was killed at the office. I totally slipped my mind. I'm glad that they just spilled that. Sounds like it would have been a thing, like a chief belief he knows her sister. Yeah, exactly. He took out Goodman. Goodman probably was digging up in dirt on Gaunt. And so, Gaunt killed Goodman, stuffed him in Edward's car without Edgeworth knowing. And then when Edward drove back, she came down to try to get the body out. And then she was, yeah, it kind of is, actually. She's trying to take the body out of Edward's car. The trunk's lock was broken. And I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in him. Oh, shit. That's possible, yeah. Couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Oh, and that's why Angel saw her stab him, because she was stabbing the already dead body with the new knife. And slotting it back into the stab wound that was already there. Interesting. The Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? So she was just stabbing a dead body on orders. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was in evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it, in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. Tell her what had happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone in the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? Truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gaunt, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. The Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean not wanting the case to die? He decided to take things into his own. The second that he knew that things were flying off the rails, Marshall went off and became a loose cannon. Crazy. Disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. Yeah, the original group all have stuff to use against Gaunt. So he was like dispersing them, getting rid of some, putting others under his thumb. Damn. Yeah, Goodman was clearly trying something against Gaunt. Or even maybe Goodman wasn't, I don't know. But either way, he wanted to get rid of Goodman just in case. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. That's why it seemed like Marshall broke in there almost on a whim. And he didn't understand how a lot of the stuff in there worked. technology-wise. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Gotta get to the bottom of everything. I can't... the game has built me up and has made me overcome all these crazy detective lawyer challenges, and I can't wait to play the next game in like 8 months and have completely rusted over and lost all my skill. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Alright. This is it. End of the game. We fucking made it. Holy goddamn. Ugh. This is a long fucking case. Could always fall back on us. The usual rogues gallery. True. Try not to ask you guys for help too much. Oh shit, I wanted to go to the bathroom. I can go to the bathroom now. Okay, anyway. Final pee break. Let me pick a song out to play first. I guess I'll do this one. Anyway, BRB for the last time. All right. Thank you. All right. Defendant lobby, all right. There's no defendant. I'm trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh no, I thought it was gonna be. Never mind. I thought Gaunt was gonna show up and taunt us. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of this 77 ID number was. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding their ID record. That number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much, that's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. Truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. Is it? If I'm ever going to find what Chief Gaunt has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. I'm not going to be able to do the judge's voice. Well. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gaunt. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Yudgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Did you like how I appeared out of thin air like that? Lana, that is to say, the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. I'm also good at making things disappear, too. He kind of reminds me, I don't know if you've seen Fullmetal Alchemist. He sort of kind of reminds me of Father, if instead of being like a dude living underground, if he had actually been like, okay, never mind. He's the main villain is like very like, I am very cool and I sit in my chair, but he kind of gives me the vibes of like if that guy, but if he actually was like going about the world being, I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's like him, but if he was like a charismatic villain type villain instead of like a brooding type villain. Anyway, you haven't seen it, so it doesn't matter. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! Objection indeed. You can't, Your Honor. The defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Everyone's fired, yeah. The request is legally valid, although it is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. Can't be happening. Here's the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. No way the kid isn't tied up in a closet somewhere, right? Yeah, that's what I'm assuming, because otherwise why would she suddenly wait till the last day to, like, claim guilty? She would have done this day one. So, he's gotta have Emma now, because we fucking left. I don't know why we left. I mean, it would have been one thing if he beat our asses and then kicked us out. At least we would have tried at that point, you know? I don't know. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. Oh, come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. Well, like Gumshoe kind of walked us out. Probably. Yeah, you might be right. Gumshoe's a big dude. He probably dragged us out. I'm just mad that we left her alone with him. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gaunt. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. Oh, wait. Okay, so she's not fucking dangling over a fucking pit of alligators. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. Unless she is, yeah. Edgeworth is doing us a solid. That's true. They might have to go fetch her. Either way, thank fuck. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gaunt? Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Fucking thank you, Edgeworth. He saved our ass on multiple occasions. So I feel like we're pretty even for saving his life. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. Yeah, no, we're even. I think. We saved him, he saved us. It balances out. It's time he also wants to see how this goes. Oh yeah, for sure. But it was the same way in the case with the Steel Samurai. There was a certain point where he was clearly like more on our side than he initially intended to be. Or not Steel Samurai. Was it Steel Samurai? No, it would have been the third case. What was the third case? Lana wasn't caught. The body would be in his car with his knife. That's fair. You have a good point. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark in the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. It is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure give it fast. Yeah, but Edgeworth isn't usually the type to bring up... Edgeworth's not the type to bring up irrelevant information. No, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
Yeah, it just gotta.
Witness testimony. Waiting in my sister's office that day, a man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and he stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Wait, but you didn't see him do that. You told us. You didn't actually see the stabbing. Good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. Understandable, however. Please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. First case was Butts, Red, White... No, Steel Samurai was second, Red, White was third. Fourth was Edgeworth in Von Karma. Right? No, you're right. Oh, it was Steel Samurai was third. In my brain, Red, White seems like such an imposing villain that I was like, there's no way he was second. Because he was like so deep and dirty and everything. He feels like he would have come later as like a villain. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai case feels like it would have been like a second case and not a third case. But oh well. That's how it was, I guess. Waiting in your sister's office. Also did really kind of set up how we can really get into some deep shit. That's true. Marshall rescued me. I want to press this. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights. It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then the lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? And the walls ooze green slime! Oh wait, they always do that. Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture, yes. I think she mentioned that before. Yeah, we need to hear about the picture. This picture, the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we add this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. God, I love having Emma as I hate making Emma do this, but I love having her as a witness because she's so easy. She's so cooperative and easy to like cross-examine compared to some of the fuckers we had to deal with. Okay, did they mention the thing? Is it on mine? Zoom in. Oh, I can't like check it. It was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. But really, I can't like actually look at what it's. What the fuck? That's the picture. Ah! Okay, never mind. I found it. Oops. Yeah. Present here. So that's why he wanted this half of the evidence list. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it didn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list from the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it. Oh, what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. I never noticed she had like big rain boots on. I don't think we've ever seen her whole body before. Indeed. 2 men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. These lists... They're part of the same list. From somewhere in the core, blimey. It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These 2 lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Got regressing into his British roots. Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. That's fair. He probably didn't think much of it. Wait a minute. This list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Oh, you're right, Mr. Wright. Your eyes are bulging from your head. The evidence list was torn in half. Then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth? Possible. It's... Something wrong? Do you even have to ask? I love... Sorry, Your Honor. This is indeed... There is indeed something true. I love that Edgeworth never, like... Never once... Like, just accidentally happened to look at the back of the list, or like flip it over... Like, this seems like a small list. I'm gonna check the back. Oh, it's the Badger. What the fuck? Is the Blue Badger an eldritch being and he's controlling Gaunt, and Gaunt is like some sort of warlock? Honestly, that wouldn't even be I don't even think that'd be the craziest thing to happen in the series. That's that thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. What about 2 cases ago? I know that he made it. Like, the chief made it. Yeah. It was designed by the chief. Which would be Gaunt. Or the big guy. That he was given the design. Yeah. He was yeah, exactly. I didn't really think about that, but yeah. Yeah. Holy shit. That's actually a really good way of tying this all back into the main story. Holy shit. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Very well, witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. I probably was, because it never came up in any of the cases. Holy shit, that's crazy. That's a really smooth way. I never really thought about how much the Blue Badger tied it back in, but damn. Yeah, we didn't. I was just clicking everything. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Okay. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. But if he was stabbed in that moment, it wouldn't make sense because he was stabbed in the back. And he's like sort of forward / kind of sideways facing him. So if a knife had come at him, he would have like ducked back or held up an arm, or like he wouldn't have gotten stabbed like square in the back. Which means that is not when he got stabbed. I think a flash of lightning can burn such an image in your mind. That's thanks to that though. She was able to show us exactly what she saw. It was from someone he trusted. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe so you're saying like he knocked out the guy and then Gaunt or someone else came in and stabbed him in the back? That might be it, actually. Because his brother was like he would never lose a fight. Even. Huh. You mean the killer guy? Oh, I don't remember his name though. Dark. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. The detective. Yeah, what I don't get what you're saying. Goodman didn't do anything like shady. What if the detective was on to... Oh, I see what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah. What if him and Marshall's brother were both working together against Gaunt, and then yeah. Okay, no, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, that might be it actually. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. Vince may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, I think I'm onto something though. Now I'm absolutely certain that this is not the moment. I'm no longer convinced that Dark was the one that stabbed him. Where was it? Hold on. We should have a... God, we have so much fucking shit. Neil's author stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. Yeah. Present. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it, just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. One hell of a I know, right? That almost seems... That's kind of like... I almost wonder if it's like deliberate, like they jammed it in and like wiggled it or something. Maybe I'm taking it a step too far, but... Shit, what do I have to point out? Is it the knife? Or is it the way they're facing each other? I'm not sure what it wants me to present. I'm gonna click the knife. The heart and lungs have a bit of space between them. Oh, that's true. So that's yeah, you're right. That's like really getting it in there. Regardless, that is a very deliberate stab. That was not like just like I'm fighting you. Yeah. That is like deliberate. I'm absolutely aiming to kill you. Like with going in with every bit of strength I've got kind of stab. The kind of stab that feels deliberate and thought out. Not I'm wrestling off somebody who like stopped me in the middle of a murder kind of stab. If anything, I would think that the murderer, instead of having one super crazy good stab, would have a bunch of stabs instead. That seems more like something that a serial killer would do, is like really get in there and just like, haha, I'm gonna stab you a bunch. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. I recall. Tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. There's a conclusive piece of evidence. Yeah, but this is before he got stabbed. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once. Then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does that mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ugh! Let's go! Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gaunt. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. That's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. It must have been another broken knife. What are the chances there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark, because there have been one? There is another one. And is not lying. The witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. It was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. We have a picture here. Is it in the picture? That's a big spear. Oh wait, and then also there's a broken sword. The broken sword that he's had in his possession this whole time and he won't let anyone else have. The dirty tissue! The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past, right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. I feel like that spear is totally there to throw you off, though. To the shitty awards that suck ass. Yep. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! 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 Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. I bet the spear is there to make you click on it, and then you see, yeah. Probably. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor is the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? Seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Oopsie teehee. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? It's the list. The one with that picture scribbled on the back. Something happened with this guy? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Oh. Huh. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Holy shit. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lighting, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow.
Certainly most unusual. Impossible. Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
I mean, he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
It's, well, the defense may now begin its...
Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further.
Oh my god, Lana, stop. The truth needs to come out. You can't stop me. It's too late. The silhouette, yeah.
Lana.
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Saw this man raise his knife.
Hope they have like all three of these people cycling off the stand whenever they say something awkwardly. Hell yeah. Where the fuck does a screwdriver come in? God damn it. This might be a shred. No, it's not, because the music went out. Alright. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. Let's, what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar.
But, Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? Gotta show them the correct angle to look at this from. Right. Okay. God. God fucking damn it. This is fucking impossible. Hold on. Or is it the other way? Hold on. Yeah. This? Or maybe I was right the first time. Hold on. Wait. No. Oh, is that it? Maybe? Was it lying down? I'm not totally sure which way actually I'm supposed to put it. Gotta flip it turnways. Like this? Wait, shit. So hard to control. You... Like that? No. That... No? Wait. That's not right. Uh-huh. Oh wait, is that it? That kind of looks right. Oh yeah, because you can use that to sit. Oh, I see. That's it. Hold on, let me. Gotta be doing that though. It? Hmm. This is hard. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. I hit the wrong button. E and R are right next to each other. Hmm. God, this is awkward. Okay. Yeah. This is weird. I don't know which way. Turn it. No, I didn't mean to fucking... I keep hitting E instead of R. This fucking song is taunting me too. Hmm. Oh, like that maybe? No? Huh. Is it not like this? This is the closest I can make it look. It's like when it's like doing a weird thing like this. What? I don't know what to do. I have a funny feeling that people don't like this part. This. That thing's gonna be sticking up, right? Is it like that? Hmm. Well, I feel didn't I do it just like that like 3 times? Okay, whatever. Whatever. Game. All right. Well, is it a miracle or what? Close enough. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. No. Yeah, no. It was just that was just really finicky. It was a very experimental DS type thing. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that Badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed, very well. Then please tell us what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific... For real, on God? At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar was shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gaunt. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gaunt's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gaunt's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. There wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? Finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Bit of armor! Holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the broken armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil... He would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? Events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emmett Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Mm-hmm. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. A reasonable response, I'd say. I never imagined your testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. This is why Lana didn't want any of this. What are you saying? Sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. You recall it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? And that's why she had to do what Gaunt said. Holy shit. I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. But that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Then they can't get dead people to testify. Not without Maya here. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Literally in any other case, I would be like, Phoenix, what are you talking about, you stupid idiot? But the one case we don't have Maya here. That's a fair enough argument. If it weren't for the whole, we can only have 3 days of a trial before verdict has to be declared, I'd be like, why don't we just hold the trial and get a fucking spirit medium? Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. There's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left some behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. Oh fuck, wait a minute. Hold on. Are we about to, is it about to go full circle? Like I think it is? Hold on. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Hold on, wait a minute. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence. Where's that fucking piece at? Did he try to write her name on here? This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? That thing could, I'm sure it would. If this were like a D&D campaign, I would that or something that more fantastical, that badger absolutely would be fucking evil. Like everyone's forgotten this. It's just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. That's definitely an M there. There's a line there drawn in blood. So, what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. That's why they broke the vase. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these stains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim could have written given the circumstances, his murderer's name. How do I... Oh. Okay. Yep. Enter. Uh-huh. How do I... Oh. I didn't have to connect that, I guess. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Oh, oh, indeed. All people. Yep. It sure is. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Plus her prince, yeah. Goddamn. He had quite the doozy over her. See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gaunt. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that... Was he innocent, though? Everyone seemed pretty convinced he was the murderer, but hey. But you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the fucking prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. Oh, that wasn't him. That was just the people in the... How can they just stand there? Order! 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 The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Oh my god, this is really ramping up. Alright, this is it. Final part. Holy fuck. Now we just gotta get Gaunt. Finish this up once and for all. Holy shit. We're finally at the last 10 hours, yeah. February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant, Lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Oh, I'm not interrupting anything, pals. I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty at a top... You call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. Evidence law? What the fuck is that? She asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law, Edgeworth was talking about. That is an adorable cover for a law book. Yeah, I remember the evidence law. No evidence should be shown without approval, and... What was number 2? I actually forget. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning on taking him on, you're going to need this book. Him. Guess I need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket. Doesn't look like that book will do any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective, huh? Huh? No, yeah, I know, right? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting at the prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What else is there left to do? Your credibility has been all but ruined with its forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Fuck yes. Let's get that bitch. gonna pants him in the court? Goddamn right I am. Court will now convene, Mr. Edgeworth. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that, it's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. It's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. You called the wrong witness. This trial is as good as over. The defense calls, we're calling that bitch-ass motherfucker. Get your fucking ass out here. Damon Gaunt. The defense calls Damon Gaunt to the stand. Damon Gaunt? What does he have to do with anything? As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gaunt has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gaunt to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gaunt. Fine. My name is Damon Gaunt. I am the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gaunt. The court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with that grim face? On his way out of the Hawaiian shirt and shades, carrying his suitcases, nothing could possibly ruin my day. First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear what already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. That part is true enough, I suppose. There's definitely something there. Wait, no. Who broke the vase? The vase? The jar? I believe that Lana grabbed Emma and ran out after rearranging the crime scene, but would Lana have broken the jar herself? Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. Convenient. Could have been gamped after the fact that Gaunt... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. Police chief has the right to refuse to testify. Exactly. Yeah. He would have broken it, and he would have been like, hey, I'm going to break this, and I'm going to hold it over your head for the rest of your life. Ha. And I can always put the pieces back together anytime I want, and there's nothing you can do about it, unless, so you're just gonna do what I say. Then I better hit him hard and fast. Hmm. We're full health, so I'm gonna go in hard. You claim it had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gaunt, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gaunt, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too, isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy! Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further into paying to work. Oh, goddamn. Poor Detective Gumshoe. In light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyways, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. That last part's sussy. I'm pressing him. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand the name of the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistakes again. My apologies, Chief. Would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today as well, you know. Alright, RJ, in return, though. I know, that place, right? Are these guys telepathic? Alright, I'm going straight for the throat. I'm sick of these motherfuckers and their connections. Really, Chief Gaunt? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reap from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think that I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next Chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Archie, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. Say we call those other 2 up. Yeah. Send myself and I to the stand. That girl, Anna's little sister, was it? If you think I'd felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. Seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's good, one worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Sure, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well, then, who is the person you believe Chief Gaunt, may have helped forge evidence? Lana, obviously. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. A series of unfortunate events by Lemony Snicket, who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana. And as for Chief Gaunt, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gaunt. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait, you must mean puppet as in... Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor... so you could control her. Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? Even quiet to protect Emma, there's no way she'd testify against Gaunt. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... That is also what happened in this incident. This incident, which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. We're ganging up on this bitch so hard. Just what do you mean? We do have connections. Alright. But where does the screwdriver come up? God damn it. That screwdriver better fucking screw this bitch. What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gaunt is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. It's gotta come up soon. Okay. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious, huh? This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the Chief of Police of blackmail and murder? That's... it's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in easier-to-understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. They were doing it red, yeah. You're a terrible judge, let's be honest. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the Chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. I would love for the judge to be on trial one of these days. That'd be so cool. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gaunt is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Okay. Well, first thing that comes to mind is the only piece of evidence that we directly have that is like he did a thing is this. So, okay. The music didn't stop, so now I'm kind of worried. It's the ID card list. Yes. The one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list. We couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7 sevens. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gott's office requires a code to open, a 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean? I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. Same as the remaining ID card on that list. It is illegal. You're so right. 100%. But it... I don't know if it's gonna bite Phoenix, because I feel like Phoenix has done things in the past that were no-nos and they didn't really he didn't get in trouble. So it's hard to say. Chief Gott, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Not against the fucking chief, but he won't be the chief of police if we get him in trouble. Is the thing. We get him put behind bars. See, in real life, I'd be like, I don't think anything you could do. You'd have to really go all in to get the chief police behind bars. But this is a video game with a happy ending. So we're gonna put him behind bars, so it won't matter. Chief Gott, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. Now would demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. What if the next game is like 10 years later and Phoenix actually just went to jail? Revolves around Sean getting caught getting evidence illegally? Nice. Poisoned fruit? Interesting. Poisoned fruit literally? I assume you mean? Not in like a metaphorical sense. Chief Gatsu admits into the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? What? Oh, figuratively. Okay. Okay. I wasn't sure. I wasn't totally sure if you meant it literally or figuratively, so I thought I'd ask. Third Christmas special. Okay. If I ever watch Psych, I'm gonna watch the whole thing probably, but it's just I don't watch a lot of TV shows, so I'm not making any promises. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you enter the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gott, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lanaskai's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. The trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gott met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Shows proof that the victim, went to meet Chief Gott. Somebody had to let him into the thing because he didn't have his fucking thingy. Because, yeah, his lost item report. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. The Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do you know? How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh! Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gott. Then, you accompanied him to the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. Could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe... stop it. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. What the fuck? Oh, he just straight up turned into like a fucking Mario enemy. Full on lightning bolt. Jesus Christ. That's the craziest freak out we've had yet. Chief God, you didn't! The murder was most likely the spur of the moment crime, but no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gaunt, you left all the evidence we need. Prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space. The screwdriver! The screwdriver! How could the chief have moved the body? Where's the fucking screwdriver at? Edgeworth and the screwdriver! Edgeworth and the screwdriver! This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... It was asked to go by Chief Gaunt, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. He just needed Edgeworth to take off with some random, unnecessary piece of evidence while they stuffed the body into his trunk. So it was just some random bit. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gaunt asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved in that car. By that car? Whatever. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation: to transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gaunt, please say something. I believe your time's up. Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Fucking old man your way out of this. Oh, you little piece of shit. But he can. So you're just going to run away after all this? This is the smart thing to do, just to walk away, because if he walks away, we can't prove anything further. Or so he thinks. Run away. Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gaunt is the current chief of police. The court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body? I think our proof is Lana. We're gonna be able to get Lana to talk is the question. We have to get Lana to testify against him, that's the problem. I think there's no other way. I can save. Hold on, let me safety save. He's showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Is it pawn on denouement? Maybe. I don't know. See, Oji. Yeah. With how this game is, I feel like it's probably something more obvious that we just... It's probably based on like some word or phrase that we just don't know. I honestly, I assumed the daemon was based on demon, but I don't know what the gaunt is supposed to be. He's got a lightning bolt motif, but I don't know where... I don't know anything that would like tie into that that sounds like his name. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble on what you can't afford to lose, righto? Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Oji, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. I was gonna say, if you have a forced damage take, that's fucked up. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gon has invoked right to refuse to testify. Lady Luck. Yeah, Lady Luck's pretty good, but I never get it, because you kind of have to go... I don't usually stop to go back for it. I usually just use fairy flute. Is that what it's called? The fairy one, the Peter Pan. Still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Lana, get your fucking ass up here. Finally, goddamn. Defendant Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task is to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders. And is still out cold? Probably. I feel like if she wakes up, she's gonna come say something. She'll probably wake up during Lana's thing. Honestly. Mr. Edgeworth? Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. Hold on. Oh, it's you. What? Fucking go away. Either stay or leave. God, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. She was 14, and also it was self-defense. It was manslaughter at worst, and I think we could wiggle her way out of that. Well, no we can't, because if we don't get Gaunt, he's the chief of police. But we're gonna get him. But pretending we don't know that we're gonna get him, that's fucked up. Anyway, of course you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alrighty then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Yeah, we're about to drag you out of your lunch date in fucking a half an hour, you dickhead. Alright, here we go. It's like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Chief, he's something else, eh, pals? There's some extraneous circumstances in that. What? holding her guilty. Gumshoe. No, I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where I work now. At your office. My office, sure. Take the place of that top-knotted girl I used to work with. Emma's whole side of the thing, yeah. Maya? Still. Looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief God's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? I hope fucking Gumshoe works with us for the rest of the series. It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. There's no way Maya doesn't come back, though. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But, Chief, this is not the right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Gumshoe, like, gets huge tits. And, like, his shirt pops open. And Mia appears. What do you mean by that? Simple. Chief refuses to testify. The opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to testify? Forfeits his right to say anything? Emma! Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel relieved. Somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. Think of that all this time. My sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. Finally losing my voice. It's happening. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor. For free? Everyone who knew her, she said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief God's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. Must be why she became so cold. It's all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Kant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act. Why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. The final count. The actual final part. Fuck. God damn, this final part's so fucking long. If I didn't do these long ass streams, this could have been like easily been the rest of the week. This one chapter is like 12 hours by itself. Because when I looked this game up, it was like 18 hours. And I'm realizing that that's like not including this at all. Oof. Oh well. We're at the end now, so I can't complain. I mean, it's been good, so I can't really be mad, but man, honestly, if someone had said, by the way, it's like 13 hours to get through the final chapter, I would have been like, never mind, we're not doing it, goodbye. Go watch it yourself. So, but it's fun, so I'm not gonna regret doing it, but I definitely would not have done it if I had known it was this long. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? I would have probably just gone and watched someone else do it. Miss Lana Skye, you are chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye, and remember you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gaunt. The only chance we have to get Gaunt. I worked alongside Gaunt for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Were you... you weren't the only... I really don't think she was the only one to change stuff. My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. There's no way that he didn't fuck with shit. You're sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But, Lana... This is true, then that means Chief Khan has nothing to do with this. But I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. How else would he have gotten her prints? Exactly. Not for blackmail. But we have to prove it first. That's the problem. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I worked alongside Khan for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Okay, I'm pressing this one. Said you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the scene of the crime? It seemed I was the first person to have discovered the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. And that would have been if he had pictures of Emma with a red egg. So, yeah, seriously. But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. It's only a situation you dreamed was possible. No, it's true. Reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. Oops, sorry. Something, what they said before actually happened is basically what he asked. Something like that. That is so. What happened to the other murder weapon? Drake was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. Now she's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all this is what everything boils down to. You planted the tip of the fucking knife? You crazy bitch? Why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Khan's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Ma'am, not in the courtroom. Let the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, the pieces of that jar shattered during the events threatened my plan. That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. See, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Which means that the jar was not shattered when you got there, lady. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order! Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. You may be missing something critical here. Something critical. When is a door not a door? I don't know. When it's open? When it's a jar? Ah! Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive to the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean, you were the one who wiped away the message in the blood? I wasn't Chief Prosecutor at the time. Didn't think Dark was the real. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. You say the pieces were big, right? Hold on. The fragments are so large, so I'm sure I got them all. But you didn't get them all. And you would... Clearly, you left a lot behind, right? Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gaunt's safe. In Chief's safe? But how? I know what she really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was... still blood on it. Writing the killer's name thing is such a cliche. It sure is. Why would he write Emma's name also? Honestly, that's something I don't get, is why would he want to write Emma's name down? I'm surprised that they slipped it into this after doing a fake out with it at the beginning. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yeah, but she didn't do that. When the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gaunt got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. But not an ace attorney. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying that person was Chief Gaunt. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, you knew he was there. Why would he break the jar? Question is, if he did hide that fact 2 years... If he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact 2 years ago? For 2 years. Blah. Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. No. Now we get to go off on the judge. Nice. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gaunt arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is that actually called? Fabrication of evidence. Why would Chief Gaunt do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterward? When are we going to need the book also? Now the book is like the new screwdriver. Like, when is the book going to need to be presented? We have a second dirty tissue. Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gaunt's aid. Lending her his aid, Gaunt helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. Sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. He says, stop trying to protect the Chief. What kind of thing from Lana written to us about what to do to prevent her... Oh, I should check it probably. I haven't done that actually. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. Yeah. That would be funny, actually. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. How? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gaunt's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So, you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But evidence was fabricated behind your back. Then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is the possibility that it will tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. I'm gonna read the book after her testimony because I should check that because I might get stumped if I don't read the book. All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on its suit of armor sword, and men dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. So I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gaunt help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable! The body was impaled on the armored sword! You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. Oh, the fucking book? Okay, well, cool. Never mind. Here's why the book's important. Not to me. It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember seeing a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. She played a trick so she could give us evidence without giving us the evidence directly. Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. Hold on, let me check the book. I said she'd give it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. Must be a picture in there somewhere. Is that it? There's something looks like there's something sticking out, or am I wrong? Oh, there it is. Let's see. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my, this is the actual crime scene. Oh, the detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright. He's cut out from his vest. Could that be? Cloth we found inside Chief Gaunt's safe. That's the cloth that had Emma's handprint on it. Ah! This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, you should be able to flush out the real murderer. What the fuck? Why are you back again? Come on now, Gee. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gaunt. What, now you want me to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my own defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. Must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I still present evidence. That's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. Someone does. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is that true, Mr. Wright? Yeah, well, what if I don't show the evidence? And, fuck you. Look, there's evidence now. I'm sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. I have to think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? What if I safety? I kind of want to just not do it, just to spite him and hope that it's the right thing to do. I'm just kind of sick of this guy at this point. I'm so fucking done with your ass. Fuck you. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present to you at this time. What? You lie! You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. Nope, no idea what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know his fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gaunt? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. He just outed himself. Let's go! Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto? Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. But you mean you admit to it? Got him. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
He's gonna admit to controlling Lana, but not to the murder. So we're gonna have to use this cockiness and his ego to back him into the corner. So you assisted Miss Sky.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the crime scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
Why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance.
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool?
We already admitted to taking stuff out of his safe.
I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I had the most legible part of him as name. I didn't expect Lana.
Or at the very least, we admitted to taking stuff from his office. I feel like we couldn't really make it any worse.
I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off of all the pieces. What if you fabricated all the evidence? What's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Ho ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto. Cough it up already, I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? One thing he specifically needed us to present to deflect from him, yeah.
That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, but chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived.
As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine.
Not showing it again feels like it would just be too repetitive. Oh, I should have safety saved. Oh, fuck. Oh, too late. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright, then let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Oh.
Do I have to incriminate her?
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut off this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho! You're as slow in the uptake as ever, Worthy. Think about it, Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. I feel like Phoenix is seeing a lot further ahead than I am, but I'm just kind of rolling with him at this point. Emma Sky, what? They're mine? Sorry, Emma, but why? Why didn't you tell me? Ho 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 ho! You're really something, Rhino. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. If she showed him, then yeah, but also, yeah. So it's true. Tragic, but true. She passed out, yeah. This girl really did shove Persecutor Marshall to his death. How could you monster? Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints this were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. You easily just pressed her hands into the cloth, yeah. Miss Sky, it isn't over yet. I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposefully concealed conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter, cat? Got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gaunt, you were absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see... Oh, fuck, I skipped it. It's a contradiction, yeah. We already know she didn't... We already know where this is going. Contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? Talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gaunt, your tyrannical reign ends here. Gold! Piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I don't know. Fuck. Bears, but what? Evidence for something about what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. Wait a minute. Hold on. Why is the part that got cut off covered in blood? Hold on. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of the vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. It's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth... Wait. There's no blood on it. Yes! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. This is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gaunt, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armored sword? And then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood, a jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Yeehaw. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? You personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Fucking freak out all you want, bitch. It's all finally over. Oh, what now? It was close, Ryder. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? See, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Unji? Earlier? All right, over here, conceal that piece of cloth. So, yes, I remember. Well, it's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Motherfucker already made his further claims moot. Yeah, I agree. Right, Mr. God's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright. Seems at last. Time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed that piece of cloth? I didn't illegally do it. I wouldn't say. I feel like saying I illegally did it is a stretch because I'm presenting evidence in a position in the order that best suits the case, Your Honor. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. No, because I did present it, you stupid bitch. No, it isn't, Mr. Gaunt. It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, you don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe... There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. You prove your conduct was not in violation of law, then do so now. Evidence law. Does it say... Rule evidence shall be shown without the approval. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I guess. It was irrelevant. The cloth was irrelevant to the case. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in the book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take a look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was this picture presented? Shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gaunt. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. He admits cutting the vest. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gaunt. The killer was you. Oh my god, he's fucking losing it. Dude, chill the fuck out. Oh my god. Just... I knew I should have gotten rid of him. Good for nothing scum. 2 years. He's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. Recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. My friends are my power. Fuck you! Kingdom Hearts is light! He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. Goodman fucked up by the same way that Phoenix does. A lot. What are you talking about? Goodman, can you please reopen the investigation? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? Can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. Bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. It used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere. I guess I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, I was theoretically going to get impounded for a while? Probably. Sorry, Edgeworth. Just gonna have to carpool with us? Yeah! So, you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off at being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They all did their jobs well, much to my dismay. That rhymed. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. But he's not going it alone because he has us. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Uji. Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. Sorry too, Damon Gods. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Uji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of their harmony. I accidentally skipped it. Hopefully next time I play, I'll be better at not having such an itchy trigger finger on the enter button. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon God betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done to these past 2 years. From the time I had gone help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems that all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. And be an ace attorney. Oh my god, she smiled! Holy fuck! That's the first time she smiled this whole time. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Mrs. Skye? Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. There's something amusing about all of this. Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. This chain of memories. Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty. Fuck yes. Think nominee. We did it. We fucking beat Phoenix Wright. And I 100%ed a game. Ugh. Ain't that crazy. What a wacky time this is. That is all. This court is adjourned. Did I? No. I mean, I think 100%ing a game like this, it doesn't really count as 100%ing. We beat it. We still haven't shown everyone. As you're right, I haven't 100%ed it. You have to get every piece of dialogue to 100% this game. But I did do bonus content, which I usually don't do. Badge percent. Hell yeah. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. Okay, do pellet thingy. I will get that before we end, but I want to wrap up first. But at least she wasn't convicted for murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just no, after the trial ended. I can see why. Oh yeah, when she smiled. Yeah. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Oh, we're not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Bitch, get back over here. You silly goober. Doing this on purpose, aren't you? Make the detective run around while on duty. Top it all off and call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Reading Maharaba. That ass cried again. Some really good stuff in there. Isn't that the one you told me to put on my list recently? Let me check that. Wow, Phoenix Wright. I guess you really are an ace attorney. He has to... No, we have to get through the full trilogy before he gets to earn that. Yeah, it's on my list. Well, yeah, you told me about it and I said, cool, sounds neat, I'll add it to my list. Anyway. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? Right, I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana, should you be doing this? Still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. A day 2 years ago. Gumshoe's a great guy. You know what? I was kind of like 60-40 on Gumshoe, but Gumshoe's great. I love the guy. I'm curious to see how he'll play out in future games. I hope they don't just abandon him. It was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. What's this? I asked God to help cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. It could have literally happened with Mia, Maya, and Red White. Oh, absolutely. At first, I actually kind of thought it was kind of lazy how much it resembled that case, but now I actually kind of love that it's like this warped mirror version of that case that went in a completely opposite, crazy direction. Like, oh, it's almost like a what-if scenario in a way. And it's kind of neat. That too. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? Turned my back on you that day. And hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. Such a fool. Yeah, another side. It took me... Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dark Road. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. Yeah. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back, and now you have. Oh, Emma. Aww. Yeah. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. When must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? I still need to sit down and like watch a description of Dark Road. I don't know anything about it yet. Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path, and it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe? Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Oh, hell yeah. I'll try to remember to look it up soon. Or if you have like a specific person who explains it well and you want to drop it in videos, you can. Otherwise, I'll find it. Eventually I'll watch it one way or another. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. It's fair. I can go find it. Eventually, worst case, Kingdom Hearts 4 comes out, and I go, oh shit, I should go watch Dark Road. So, I'll watch it eventually. It's not a big deal. Day 1, JP to Ings. That's fair, that's fair. Somebody will make a big YouTube video thing explaining the full story properly. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized that day I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. That's true, you're probably right. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gaunt was right. You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just... you'll see. Yada, yada, yada. We're not so different, you and I. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. Scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows, given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gaunt did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gaunt and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but... think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. His weapon is the law. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. The K-Blade with Phoenix, yeah. Something we never would have found on our own. Friendship. I don't know, man. That might mean something to you, but I don't see what it has to do with our partnership. Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. Guess that was the right piece of evidence. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, totally worth it. I have no idea what I was supposed to present there. Excuse me, there's some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Oh, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. I wonder if that was technically the correct thing, or if it was just like no matter what you do. Yeah. He just... I don't know. I don't know what I would have presented there that they were talking about anyway, so that's kind of why I just said fuck it. What I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Means we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation! That's another adorable book. Nice. How nice how he just faded out of existence, yeah. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. I really hope Emma I hope Emma comes back at least once. Like, I'm gonna actually be mad if we finish the whole series and she never comes back. So another case came to a close for the sisters. I have faith. I don't expect her to come back in the trilogy, but I expect her to come back in one of the future games. Faith that lives on. Only one way to find... Yeah, we'll get there eventually. The whole series, is, except for Investigations 2, because I have to see if there's an English patch or not, is on my list, so... But I'll worry more about the English patch of Investigations when we get... At least we get through the trilogy. As for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Edgeworth was the last person who thought about gay. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? Just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she's supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see... Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill. What? What? You think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. Nice. And that's it. Holy fuck, what a good game. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe, something I hope she'll be pleased to study out of the top corner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. I'm selling lemonade for 25 cents and Gumshoe also selling lemonade for 25 cents. Be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Adorable. Kazuya Nudie. You know, the weird thing about these long streams is that I was super fucking exhausted at like the 5-hour mark, and now I'm like wide awake. Like there was like an hour and a half where I was really out of it, and now I'm just like, but after that, I was fine. I wonder if Dawn gets the same way. Just because you can't shake me off that easy. I'm also getting real aggressive because it's her limited turf. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. That's true. We never did find that out. True mystery. the unsolved mystery of Ace Attorney. There's the evil broom badger. It was a very worrying blood stain. It was a lot of blood, yeah. And they died in the end. Alright, so in 9 hours we'll be doing Chow Tuesday for 3 to 4 hours. Can't you see him shaving? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. Even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Wednesday night, we'll be doing Dokapon with V. Although V was sick today, so if she's still she's too sick to stream that night, I'll just start Radiant Historia early. So we've seen each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. Top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Yeah, I hope so. Kids seem to dig the turnabout. Make sure not to eat it backwards. But anyway, I'll be starting Radiant Historia this week, and we'll play through that. Then we'll play through Link's Awakening when I beat that, and then we'll start Kodelka, and we should be starting Kodelka like right around at the very end of September, probably. And then we'll transition into Spooky Month. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Opinion. Anyway, he said he's been doing something. Color Dungeon. Am I gonna do the color dungeon? Is it required? No. Not that I'm aware of. I don't remember knowing about it as a kid. Although since that's a game I've already beaten, I was considering like using the Zelda dungeon thing to like write down like nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. I was thinking about using the Zelda Dungeon thing and actually getting not 100% of the game, but pretty close to it. Since it's a game I've beaten before. Just say fuck it. And we'll actually like go do extra stuff, but with a thing guiding me in the right directions, because I'm not going to go get all that stuff on my own. But I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. We'll see. I think it would be an interesting way to play through the game, since it's a game I've already beaten before, but I've never like gotten all the heart containers or anything. Rough first time through. Yeah, well that, I mean, again, I would be doing the I wouldn't really be worried about any of that anyway. Honestly, some of it's tough, but yeah, I don't know. I know I have like a vague idea of where to go. Thanks for coming to see me off. Can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. A little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. What about my rupee? My rup? Cute. Yeah. I will decide how I want to do Link's Awakening sometime next week when we're playing through Radiant Historia. Radiant Historia will be about 9 or 10 streams, so that'll eat up next week as well. Alright, well fuck, we did it. There we go. First game defeated. Lamb. Eight regular streams and then the customary 40 hours left of their... Well, apparently, according to my thing, it is a 30-hour game. So... should be about 10 streams. But yeah, it'll basically be 8 regular streams. Worst case scenario, not this next Monday, but the Monday after, I'll do a long stream to finish it if it... And depending on how long it takes to finish it on that stream... Yeah. Well, what are we doing? We're doing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I think Thursday through Sunday I'm playing it. And then I'm going to do like 4 or 5, I'm going to do like 5 streams of it next week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday. Yeah, so worst case, the Monday after next, we're going to finish it. Okay. I have to pee, so let's raid somebody. Burner's playing Final Fantasy 9. We're gonna raid Burner. Yep. Alright, cool. Here's socials. And here's the raid message. You can buy the raid emote if you want for 80 points. Thanks for coming out. Follow Ringo. There you go. Yeah. Bam. Anyway, thanks for coming out. Have a good day, good night, whatever it is for you, and I'll see you next stream. Mwah.